What if I told you that by the end of this video, you would have built and deployed a fully functional Twitter clone, complete with payment subscription and packed with the latest technology? So in this tutorial, we'll be diving deep into the future of web development with Next.js 14 for client and server-side rendering, TailwindCSS for sleek modern styling, Prisma ORM for seamless data management, Neon Postgres for powerful backend storage, NextAuth v5 for seamless Google and credential authentication, UploadCare for super fast image upload, Zustand for efficient state management, Reactjs for managing API calls, Stripe for managing subscription, and yes, a fully working verification system. And that's not all. The entire project will be written in TypeScript with built-in support for dark and light mode. So whether you are just starting out or you are an experienced developer, this tutorial has something for everyone. So don't forget to like, subscribe, and turn on notification because we got an exciting AI-powered resume builder tutorial coming soon that you won't want to miss. So let's dive into the demo of this project. So the full stack Twitter clone provides users with the ability to register and log in or use Google Sign-in provider instead. Also generate a unique username and give suggestion of different username if the username already exists when signing up. Also provide user the ability to post tweets or reply to any post, like any post, or follow other users and be notified when their post is liked or replied to. Users' tweets are shown on their profile page as well as the public feed, where all users can see them. They can also reply to any post on the public feed or on their own profile page. Additionally, user has the ability to fully edit their name, username, bio, profile image, and cover image. User also have the ability to search posts and search for people. Also has the ability to switch between light mode and dark mode. Lastly, user has the ability to subscribe or upgrade to premium plan, manage their plan. So, all right, let's jump into the video. All right, guys. So first thing first, we need to install Next.js. Okay, so come to your browser and you can search for Next.js. So I've already opened Next.js here. And once you open it here, just copy this npx create next app. Then just put it in your terminal and let's press the enter key to install it. While it is installing, come to your browser again and let's search for the next one, which is Shadcn UI, which is a component library that we're going to use every time Next.js. So I'm going to go to installation and then I will go back to installation. Click on it and come to where we have installation. Click on Next.js and so let's come back to our installation. It's asking us create next app 14. So let's just press yes, install that, and it should ask us some few questions. Let me see, it's still installing. So we should wait for some minutes later. So it's asking us the name of the project. So I'm going to my app, then I'm going to click on enter. And let me press enter. So we're going to select TypeScript, yes. So I don't need anything. Tailwind CSS. I don't need source directory. App router, yes. Then customize defaults, import aliases, no. And if you install all the package, yeah, that's great. So if you install the packages and you should wait for some while for you to install all of them. So it has installed the package completely. So the next thing we are going to do is we are going to have to install Shadcn UI. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to copy Shadcn UI and I'm going to paste it here. And let's install it. So click on enter to install the. So I think I made a mistake here. Let me copy this again. npm paste it here. So this is Shadcn UI. So I'm going to npm Shadcn UI as latest, and you should install that. So once you install it, it will ask whether you should install Next.js. So just put no because we already have Next.js. No, why did it sense? Okay. I think I made a mistake. I need to go to the app to the index. So I made a mistake inside here. So guys, so this is where my Next.js was installed into my app. So I'm going to copy it again and let's paste it again. Yes. Let me copy it again. Let's paste it. Okay. So I've gotten it right. So you should ask again, and because we didn't had package adjustment, so you should see that it was found Next.js, so to start installing. So just select default or New York, any one you prefer. So I'm going to just pick state. Yes, select yes, and it should install. So once it's installing, let's add a button. So you can install. So I want to add some components which until I have 14 and another components I'm going to use in the project. So instead of me adding one particular component at a time, so I want to add multiple components at once. So I'm going to go to Shadcn and click on CLI. Then you scroll down to where we have the add components, and you should see how to add it. And once you use Shadcn UI add, it should bring all of this. So I'm just going to copy. I'm just going to paste and don't press enter, else to add and click on enter, and it should bring different components which we are going to use. So let's show yeah, so the first component we're going to pick, let's pick avatar, and just press your space bar to select the ones you highlighted. Then let's scroll down, use your arrow down key to scroll down. We are going to select button. So now let's find button. Press your space key. And we're going to get the card. So the next one we're going to take is we're going to go down and take in the dialog. So let's find for the dialog. Press the space key, and then the drop down menu. Also the form. Then the input and label. Input, label. Then also take in the tabs. So let's find for where the tabs is. So these are the tabs. The text area, and then lastly the toast. So once you are done with that, think we are done with that, you don't need anything again. Just press the enter and it should install all of the components you selected. So once this is installed, we are going to install some other packages we are going to use in the project, not all of them, but just some. So we don't need to go back and front again. So let's wait for it to install the dependencies and the components, then we can move on to the next ones. So great, that's installed completely. So let's install some packages. So I'm going to put npm install. I'm going to install Lucy React. So Lucy React is icon that we can use React component icon also for other framework. So I'm going to install that for this project. So it's just so let's type it Lucy React space, and let's install Zod. So Zod is for validation, both for server side and client side, where it works closely with React hook, and we can also use it in server side validation too. Then let's now install the React hook for our form. React hook form. Then once you've added that, let's install React dropdown. So for this is just for drag and drop for image upload. Drop zone, I mean to say. Then let's install React dash drafts. So we're going to use React draft for the editor we're going to use for typing the posts. Let's say someone to put into. So we want it to have in form of HTML content too. So let's just put that. So I'm trying to make sure we get the spellings right. WYSIWYG. Then put a space and type in drafts -jx and drafts. So this is JS dash to HTML. So this is just to convert the content from draft JS to HTML. So let's make sure that everything is correct. So you see React Zod, React hook form, React drop zone, React draft, WY. Make sure this is correct. WYSI, WYG, and draft dash JS. Draft. So let's press enter. And this should take a while to install. So why is installing this? Wait some time to wait to install. So it has installed completely. So the next thing we're going to do, let's move on to the next one. We're going to do now is just come over to your app. Come inside the app and go inside the global.css. Then we're going to clear out some things here. Let's see. Okay, let me just clear this out. So I'm not going to use this font. Then below the primary, we need to change it from this to a blue color that is for Twitter color. So just paste this here and make sure you see it. So it's 289%, 53%. So do that for the dark mode too. Where you have primary, just change that to it. So I'm going to save that. Great. So now for the body, we just need to just put in high and body height, and so I'm just going to come down here and let's set this HTML body, and let's put this to height 100%, and let's save that right there. So that's it. So the next thing we are going to do now is let's run our app and see that everything is set up correctly. So let's do npm run dev, and it should run our app. So let's move to localhost 3000. So I'm going to open there and I'm going to paste this here, and let's press enter. So great. So we can see that our server is actually working fine. So let's close this and let's go into the app.pgtx and let's clear all of this boilerplate code from it. So I'm going to just take this, collapse all this, and let's remove all this. Remove the class. Let's save this. So, remove this. And let's just put hello world. And let's save this. Great. So inside the layout, let's go to the layout. I want to remove these fonts. I don't want to use custom font here. So I'm going to try to change it from this to use a different font. So let's make sure to remove the custom font from there. So I'm going to remove this here. And now let me remove local fonts. And let me just put this. So this is Next Font Google. So I'm going to use this, and once you put this, you're going to have to get the, so I'm going to just put space here, and let's put this in here. So you just to set it. So you can use DMS if you prefer. Let me just leave it to this, and let me just take this and let's put this here. So I'm going to clear this out, and I'm going to put CN, import that from utility. Okay, and put the space and PG background. So if you don't have this autocomplete I'm getting from TailwindCSS, just quickly go to your extension and install TailwindCSS. So you can see it from Tailwind Lab. So you can install that from there. So I'm just going to go inside here and there's this. So I'm going to put comma. I'm going to add in this class name. So that's it. So inside the page.txt, I'm going to come down inside here and let me import the button functionality UI. So that's the button we install. So I'm going to just put in click me, and we should see the button here. So we're going to fix this because of the color, the primary color will change, so it's not relating to other parts. So because we can't find the way to write all this theme, so just change all the primary color. So we're going to add new variants for this. So let's go into the button and let's look at that. So inside the button, you should see the components. If I open here, you can see all of the components we added from Shadcn UI. And these are reusable components. So if you want to learn more on Shadcn UI, I have a video on it. The link is in the description. A full course on Shadcn UI. So we can modify this by adding some of new variants we want to add here. Modify this fit our style. So I'm going to come down here and I'm going to add in some variants. So I'm going to name this brand primary. I'll just copy this 3 times and I just call this brand outline and brand secondary. So this is great. So what we're going to do here now is inside here, we're going to add in some styles on which we're going to use in majority of them. So I really don't want to touch this. You can also edit it in this variants we have here, the default descriptive. So I just wanted to just show you how you can modify the component that Shadcn UI provides. That is the beauty about Shadcn UI. You can install it and make modification on it. So inside the primary, the brand primary, I'm going to add in fonts semi-bold. So I'm going to also add in some other class which we are going to use. So I really don't want to type all this thing by hand. So I'm just going to just get that and I'm going to just explain what I've written here. So this is just font bold, hover opacity 80, and it's going to use the background primary and text white. So that for the outline, we are going to just say the same thing, but we're going to have border. So I'm going to say, okay, font semi-bold over opacity 80, text primary, transition, border 2, border impulse, and then background PG background. This is Shadcn UI border that's added on the global.css. Then for the secondary will be a little bit much. So we're going to just add in the same font bold and then let me just put in space here. I'm going to bring it in. So let me just explain what I've written here. So the font semi-bold over opacity 80, transition border 2. So I just want to add border here. Then the border is going to be black, background secondary, text secondary, foreground. On the dark mode is going to have background white, and on the dark mode is going to have text muted. So great. So the next thing we are going to do now is I want this button to have to be rounded just like the Twitter button look like. So I'm going to save this and let me go back to my page.txt. Let's set the variant here to primary. So I'm going to select this and I'm going to save that. So great. So now let's go back to the button components and let's add in update our styles. So I'm going to come here and let me change this to so we can see this clearly. I'm going to change this to this. Let me scroll to the end of this and I'm going to change this to this. So this is because I want to use that. I can use it to break. I can break the CSS size, so we can see it clearly. So yeah, I'm going to change this to full. I'm going to make it important. So by default, our button here is full. If you look at here, it's full by default. And if you hover over it, you see that it's working very fine now. Then I'm going to also set the text to, I'm going to increase the text size. So I'm going to just come here and set this to 16. I think 16 is 16 should be large. Let me just be like this, 16. And I'm going to also send the font to okay. Medium is already there, and I think that is all for this. So I'm going to also come down here and I want to add in a new uh button variant for this. I'm going to put a space here. I'm going to add in width. So I want to be able to have the option to set this full width or fit to which we full. So I'm going to set default. Um default should be width fit, and then by full, if you select full, it will be widthful. So if I save that, we're going to have issue with it's not going to reflect. So I'm going to update that here. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to come to this place and let's add in width here. So inside here where we have size, just besides I'm going to add in width. Yeah, I'm going to take this width and I'm going to pass it inside this variant here. So I'm going to pass this here. Save that and let's go to page.txt and let's add in width. I want you to see the width as shown here. And I can set this to full, and once I save, you can see that the button is a full width. If I set it to fit, you see it is normal. So that is it. So we have some other things we are going to change. So no, this is not fit. This is default. So this is default. So the next thing we're going to do inside the button, we want to modify the size. I'm going to actually change the size. We can change the size of the button. So on default, I want this to be rounded by default. So I don't know. I don't think we need it to be rounded. We can leave it like this. The small 8, H9, large. So for large, I want to increase the height to 52 pixel. I'm going to increase that to 52 pixel. And I think I'm going to remove this. Just remove all this. I don't think we need all this again. Since we're setting to full width. Then I'm going to add a, this is okay. I'm going to add in brand small. I set it to text MD PX for PY. So simple command. Let's copy and paste this and let's put large. Then I will set it to Excel. It should be P5 and it should be P3. And let me save that. With you want to set it to default, so let's add it on width by default. It's going to be default. So great, that is it for the button. So we have been able to customize the button, and I think we are complete with that. And if we go back to our page.txt and let's add in the size. So like I said earlier on, if you want to learn more about Shadcn UI, there's a video in the description. You can get that. So I'm going to say to be large, and once I save, you should see the button has increased. And if I remove the weight, by default, it's going to be set to default. So I'm going to just put it to full. And we should see. So this is great. So let's move on to the next. to the page structure, and we can explain everything we need to know about Next.js. So this is the project structure we're going to enter into, and let's get into it. So let's go ahead and explain the project structure and a bit more on routing inside of Next.js. So the first thing first is quite important is to understand the top level. So let me go over to Next.js and click on, just come over to Next.js and you will see project structure. Just click on it. So these are the top levels of top level folder for organizing application in Next.js. So we have the app router for app, page router, static asset, and the optional one, which is the SRC folder. So the first one we have is the app router. So the app router is mostly what we're going to use. That's what we're using in this project because actually app. So page router is used in the old version of Next.js 13. So I'm going to use that in this project. So we're going to also have the public folder. So we're going to create one for this project. We're going to have a public folder. So, but app router is what we are going to focus on. Some for the SRC folder is optional. You can choose to organize, select optional when we're installing the package. You will see when they give us the option to select SRC. So I didn't select that. So if you want to select, you can select just majorly to just organize the code. Finish. That is the only purpose of it. So for the routing system in Next.js, so our Next.js project has the server side component and also the client side too. Basically, so the app inside the app, we refer most of the pages here as server side component. So by default, it's they are server side, so they run on the server. So we have the page.tx. So Next.js, when seeing any page that is being named page.tx is known as the route. So by default, the page.ts is the route for localhost 3000. Once we land on 3000, this is identified as the page we see as localhost 3000. So we can have the comments. If you come down here and you see below the app, you see components. This is also just taken as the client component. So it's not actually the server side. So it's just taken as a client component. So this is where we just put most of our component, just like the UI, which is added there by Shanty UI. So that's it. Just used for global. I'm using majorly to add for most of our global components we use in every part of the pages, any part of the code. So for the top level, so inside there, we are going to, okay, let's go down. Before we go over there, let's see, look at the hook folder. We also have the lib folder, then package.json, and then next config JS configuration part. This is where we're going to add parts to images. In Next.js, you don't use any external link. Is where you add it. So you register the link to Next.js. Next.js understand the host name and likely the domain. So that is it for the flow. So let's go back to the app folder and look at the routing now. So before we go over to the app, I just wanted to make sure that I get it clear, showing you on the Next.js website. If you scroll down, you will see most of the things I talked about: the Next.js config, package JSON, the env. So these are the top files, like top level files. Then the app router. So now, yeah, I'm showing you how to app router. Let's come to this page.tx, and if you see beginning of that's the routing file, we see we have the layout. So the layout is what wrap most of the entire page. So any page put here, this layout is every page pass through into a layout. You can see that we have the code inside it. If for instance I come down here and I put in from layouts and I save that, let me just wrap this inside the elements and put span and save that. And once I refresh, you should see that it's showing from there. So every of these components are passed through as a through then inside the layout. So that's it for the layout. So the page, like I explained, page is what you identify as the routing. So any folder you create here, for instance, if I create any folder here and I call it text, this should be a route. But to identify that this should be a route, I need to also create the page.txt. If I don't create that, it will not be able to show um, for. So, and inside it, I need to create a component, call it page, and I must export this by default as for Next.js to identify that this is a. So I'm going to just call it inside text. Inside text, and once I save that, and if I come over to my browser here, I'll just put in slash. Let me just put in slash text, and if I put it in text, you should see that it's showing inside text, and you can see the text we wrote from the layouts, which, like I mentioned, every of these pages are running inside the layout. So, so let's head over to the next one we have here. We have the loading. So this is actually used for like we call it loading UI inside of the component. So it's actually supposed to be inside here. So you just put loading inside the page. Let me just do that. .tx. I'll put loading. It has as the way we do suspense in Next.js. So let me try and refresh and let's see whether the loading will show. Let me refresh this. So I think it didn't show you, but sometimes it shows. We're going to use it in project and you should see it when it load. Maybe when the page you put it for the first time, you might see it at that point in time. So let's move on to the next one, which we have is the not found. So not found is just the 404 UI for identifying when a page is for your custom 404 UI. Then we have the error page too is used here for the error UI. Then we also have the global error page for the global error route. So route is actually for the endpoint. So in the project, we're going to also create the folder inside here, and we're going to call it API. So each of these API, we can have a route. Let's say we are going to users. You can create an endpoint to call it user or post endpoint to fetch or post, and inside here, we will create a file called route. So this is the way we do it in just 14. So inside the post we have routes and we export this like an endpoint file. So it's different from the pages itself, which is used for routes. So this is just for the UI routes, while this is for the API routes. Then we have template and we have the defaults. So now we're going to look at the nested route. So the nested route is having the first folder there, and then we have the ones that have multiple folder here. So it's very, very simple. So how does this thing work? So inside the test folder, I can create a different folder inside here, and let me say, so let's say this is a let me just call this or let me just edit this text. Let me rename it to post. And I'm going to open it. I'm going to create another folder. I'm going to call it single post. I'll post dash post. And inside I'm going to paste in, I'm going to type in page to X. I'm going to let me create a compound. I'll call it page. And make sure to export that. I'm going to call it single page, single post. While this I'm going to call it inside all posts. So inside all posts. So let me save Yes, so this should so just save that and let's close that. This is coming from the next cache from the cache. So once I save that, and if I go over here, you should see that it's string 404 because test does not exist. You can see it up here, string 404. I'm going to remove this and go back to my index, and you should see that we have the hello world. I'm going to set this to posts. So this is posts with an S. When you press enter, you should see to the inside post, and you can have, if I post in single post and press enter, you should see that we're inside single post. So this is what we call the nested routing system in Next.js. So we're going to look at the next one, which we have a dynamic route. So the dynamic route is majorly when in a case when we have if you look at here is wrapped in a square bracket. Let's say we actually don't know what um, the the route is at the file size when you want to find for a single post. So yeah, we're using single posts, but in reality, we'll actually pass in the ID of that particular post or its log of that post. And each of these different posts have different log. So that is where we use this. So inside dynamic route, I'm going to simply just what I'm going to do here is just to come down here and I'm going to rename this. So so it's not going to be a single post, instead it's going to be the post ID. For capital letter, and I'm going to click enter. So now I'm going to call this post ID, and inside here I'm going to just let me save all this cache problem. Close this. So inside here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create an interface here. Interface, I'm going to call it post or prop types. And now I'm going to call this params. So by default, this is actually called params in um because this is actually going to be a path. So it's the params and it's a dynamic route. So I'm going to open the param. I'm trying to get the ID of this particular dynamic route. So I'm going to get the post ID. So here I'm going to put it post ID. I'm going to put that to, let me say, string. Yes, so they're going to string. Inside here, I'm going to just open this. I'm going to just pass in the params. I'm going to, let me call this page param so we can output it and see what it gives us. Page param. And I'm going to open this and just pass it inside here. So I'm going to just console this. And let's see. Where else I'm just going to let me get the param from the params from page param, those params dot post ID. So I'm going to just call this post ID. Now let me say single post. Single post ID. Let me put hashtag here. So now let's go ahead and test it. So this is a dynamic call, like I mentioned. It takes in a dynamic parts like the ID or the slug. Like for instance, you don't actually know the particular part of that route, the ID of that route. So I'm going to just wait that, and you see that this is not actually not working. Just well, it's thinking that this single post is actually a dynamic route. So that is why we can see hashtag single. And if we console, yeah, I'm going to index. We should see param. So I'm going to just save that. Come back here. Let me just open this and save that. So now let me just refresh this. Okay, so let me just let's come here and just put 1, 2, 3, 4. If I press enter, we should see 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't know why it didn't console it out here. Oh, it should console. Let me check here. Okay, we can see it here because this is actually, like I mentioned, this is a server side component. So you can see that instead of showing the browser, it's showing here. We should see that it's showing this. This is actually a client, but if let me convert this to clients, and let's see, use clients, and you should see it here. So because of I convert this to clients, we can see output here. So we should see that this page params here, what comes in here inside the page, has the param and has the search param. So if I, for instance, to get a search param, if I put question mark beside the URL and I put in Q or title, I put equals to, and I put in new title, and I press enter, and we should see, if we open this, we should see new title here, and we should see the params 1, 2, 3, 4, which is also showing here. So this is it. This is how the dynamic route works. In this, I'm going to just remove this use client because this is not actually going to be use client. This is going to be a server side component. And if we inspect here, we should see the response here. We should see this. So that is it for the dynamic route. We are going to look at. Let's go ahead and look at, okay, this is actually to capture routes. We're going to see that in the authentication. We're going to implement authentication, and this is optional is capture route. So if we leave that and let's go to route group and private group. So these two routes is what we're going to use in Next.js. So for instance, you have so many routes here and you want to actually group them. So it's going to be very, very easy. It's going to be rough. It's not going to be clear if we have many different folders and they're not grouped to, let's say, the authentication page, authentication group, and dashboard. So for instance, let me come over here, and if I put in dashboard here, let me use Auth. So inside Auth, we should have login. So I'm going to create a folder. I'm going to call it sign in folder. I'm going to create this. I'm going to call this ready sign up. So let me just put in page, if I put in page.cx, and let me just see for this page. You can actually call this anything. You can call it login, and it's not much name it as page. So I'm just putting it as page. So just in inside sign in. Let me just copy this and paste it inside sign up. I'm going to call this inside sign up. So now they sign in and sign up and inside the Auth folder. So if Auth will actually be the folder. So I can have another folder. I can call it dashboard, and this folder will house the dashboard parts or routes. So now the problem is, if for instance I come over here and I want to fill this Auth slash sign in and I press enter, you should see that we have inside sign in. But if for instance, we actually don't want the Auth to be in our path, we don't want it to be in our path. We want to localhost slash sign in. So this is where the route group. But instead, we don't want the sign in and sign out to be inside this place where we have so many folders here to differentiate the sign-in and the dashboard content. So I'll just come over here and let me close all this. So what I'll do here is I will make use of the group routes, which does not affect routing. So I'm going to just rename these and just put in a bracket here. So this is actually how Next.js identify a particular route as a group route. So I'm going to press enter and it should save it, and so it should save it. So I think it didn't save it. So let me let me just leave that inside here and let me just use the dashboard. Let me rename the dashboard instead. So for dashboard, I'm going to simply just put the brackets inside here and press enter. You should see that the dashboard here is working fine. So I'm going to just create a folder. I'm going to call it um let's say I want this page to be what would I call it? So I'll just call it let me just give it a particular folder. I really don't know why the auth still work. Let me try it again with the auth. Or I know what to do. Let me just create a new folder and let me call it auth. Yes. Let me rename this back to dashboard. So it comes back to this. So inside here, I'll just take all this folder. Let me bring it inside here. Move inside this auth. So I'm going to move it. Let me just clear this cache. So I've moved it inside here, and let me move the folder, the sign up inside this new auth, and let me remove this. So now you should see that this is taking um, like we have here the parentheses around it, so wrap around it. So I'm just going to go inside here, and remember we had auth inside. So let's go over to the route, auth sign in, and we should see if I click, it should show me 404 error. So that's it. So I'm going to not found. So it's showing me 404. So let me go over and then remove this auth. And if I press enter, we should come over and see inside sign in. So you see the auth does not affect the route because of this bracket we've added to it, which is taking this from this. So this other part, this is actually an option folder, and all child segments out of routing. So this will not be affected by the routing. So we're actually going to be using this and this in the project when we start the project. So inside here, if for instance, like I mentioned, the component here is used for, I'm using it for the global. So I want component that is actually for authentication. Let's say that I can use inside the component I can use inside sign in and only sign in and sign up. I don't think I'll need to add it in a global component to start using it everywhere. So I just wanted to just group it. Okay, this sign in and sign up can have a particular component here, structure, or call it app layout or anything here. So I'm just going to, what I can do here is just to put here, and once I put components, so I put components here. If for instance I leave this here, this will actually turn to route. If I come over here and I put components, components, you will see 404, but it's taking it as a route here because I didn't add page. But in order for us to make this to not be affected by the routing, I'll just rename this and just put underscore under it. So anything I put inside here won't be identified as route in Next.js. So this is how to use the components underscore here. So before we move over to these other ones will not be used in the projects. So before we go ahead, let's also understand that layouts can also be added to different routes, like a group. So I can add layout to each of these group or any of the folder. Even dashboard routes can have its own layout. Auth can have its own layout. So inside Auth, I can call this layout CS. I'll put my RFC. I'll call this Auth layout. Save that. And if I save this and I go over here and I put in Auth layout, um, you see that Auth layout is showing instead of this inside sign in. So you see that the Auth layout has override the inside sign in. So no matter the parts, whether I'm going to sign in or sign up, as long as I've put layout here, it's going to take from. So this is coming from the parent route, the parent layout, and this is the Auth layout. Now I'm not in the Auth layout, I'm inside sign in, but why is it not going to sign in? This is because we need to add in the child. So the same way we have child is being passed inside the route layout. So I'm just going to copy this here. The same way it's being passed here, the same way you will pass it inside the layout in the child layout. So I'm going to just put that here, and so let me. So I'm going to put that there. Let's see. So take the child. I'm going to put this inside here. And now if I save that, you should see inside sign in. You should see inside sign in. So this is great. So the layout, the child now, the layout here affect here. So in order for this any layouts, if the dashboard and the authentication has different layouts, avoid putting any content inside the parent layout to avoid it from showing inside there. So that is, so this is, so what normally I use with the layout here is just to add in, you can add in the nav bar inside here, like say the Auth has its own nav bar, and then it's uh, if I save that, you see add, and if you go to the sign up, inside sign up, if I go into the sign up route, if I scroll and I put sign up, press enter, we should see inside sign up, and we should see a nav bar, and so this will just be occurring in all pages that is created in the audio. So this is it for the project setup. And if you want to learn more on Next.js, just comment Next.js in the comment section. I'm going to drop a full course on Next.js. So let's move over to the project. So we're going to start with authentication screen. Let's go. So before we start the authentication screen or the UI, we want to add in some components which we're going to use in the application screen, another part of the app. So I think is right now to build them. So when we are building the application screen, we don't need to start creating them again. So before we go ahead, I want to remove most of these. So I'm going to actually leave these ones. I'm going to leave them inside here. I just need to remove the sign in to use that. It's going to I think we are going to create a page here. Yes, I think we're going to create a page inside the authentication route here. So I think this is how we're going to use the authentication screen. For the dashboard, I'm going to just wrap this into dashboard, and I'm going to also just create another group again. I'm going to call it routes. I'm going to just wrap this inside this. Then inside the route, I'm going to put in where's where I'm going to put in my layout. So inside this place, I just want to put in my components underscore, very simple. Just I could put my layout inside here, but let me just put it inside here. House. Yes. So I'm going to just add that inside here. You can prefer any way you want to use that. So I'm just going to go inside my authentication page and copy this over to my dashboard layouts. I'll just change this to main layouts. Remove this and remove this. So let me remove this font. Let's remove this post. Continue. Okay. So now let's go ahead and create the components which we want to create inside the global. So inside here, I'm going to create a folder called spinner. I'm going to press enter. Yeah, I'm going to come inside. I'm going to create an index.txt, and let me just name this RAFCE. So create spinner. So let me just put the export here. So that's it. So what I'm going to do here now is I want to create with the idea I got from Shadcn UI, I want to create my own spinner. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to create a variant, spinner variant. Spinner variant, then this will be equals to CVA. Make sure to import this from class authority. So I'm going to move this up, and inside here I'm going to write animate. So this is a CSS class that spin. So I'm going to change this to fill current. So if we're in dark of current, you use the current color. So then I'm going to red bracket, and I'm going to put in my variants. So variant. So now inside the variant, I'm going to add the beginning is mini size. So inside size we have default. So we have H-4 and we have W-4. Great. So we're going to just copy this multiple times into other places. We're going to change this to small, large, and then icon. Yeah. So inside here, I'm going to change this to 2, small 2. I'm going to change large to 6. Then icon to 10 for large sensor. So once we go over the variants, we are going to add in our default variants here, default variants, and we're going to set size to defaults. So that is it. So behind this, we're going to create our interface. Let's quickly create our interface, spinner props. So we're going to extend that from let's clear this variant. We're going to extend it from variant props. So inside here, we're going to just put type here. So inside here, we're going to put this type of spinner, so passing your spinner variants, and let's open a parenthesis. And now we're going to put in some props which we're going to use. So I want to add class name, and this is going to be optional. Then inside here we're going to pass in our props. So I'm going to use the structure. I'm going to just open this and pass this. So this is it. So here we're going to bring in our loader from Lucy React. So let me just import that from Lucy React here. So inside here, we're going to add in class name, and we're going to put in CN. First start, we're going to put in the spinner variants, and we're going to pass in the size. So let me pass the class name in case to add in class name. So great. So we can actually use this now in our code. So let me go into our page, and let me just add this beside this. Receive this. Let's go into. You should see that the spinner is working here. And if you add in the size to icon, and if you look like it should be big. So that is it. So we're going to also create another component. I'm going to call this the model components. We are going to use that for our register form. That is where we're going to put a register. And I think one more, and the last one is going to be, let's create a folder for model, and create the last folder which we're going to use logo folder. Let's create index.tx and index.ts. So let me quickly open this. So let's move down. Then here we're going to logo. So we're actually going to import this inside the model. So let's just first of all let me close it so we can see this clearly. And then we're going to write our interface first. So let's write our interface props type. So we're going to set is open, set to boolean. So is open is going to have it by, it's going to be compulsory. Let's add title to string. We're going to add subtitle to string, but this is going to be optional. We are going to add show logo. This is going to be optional. I'm going to add a centered ed. It's going to be optional. We're going to add the body of this is not going to be actually a string. This is going to be React elements footer. So I think we're going to also have a footer, or I think footer should be optional. I'm going to leave the footer out of this because I'm going to, most of everything I'm going to do here is not going to be inside the footer. So I might just leave it out here. Let's just leave it out and let's put in disabled there. Disabled Boolean optional. We have children. So I'm going to just set that to yes, not. And the last one I'm going to set is on close. Onward. So basically we are going to I'm going to pass this. And let's open this inside here and let's pass this inside React. Those React SC passing pop type, and now let's get everything is open as children to we're going to say is centered first subtitle show logo, set that to true. So this equals to this equals to. Then we are going to say is open on close body and disabled. So here we're going to get constant handle close, handle close, use callback. So inside it, if disabled, close. Since this is optional, I'm going to just put this so that TypeScript will not show error. So I'm going to pass in disabled, that's on close. Save that socket. So now we're going to add in a fragment. So I'm going to put in a div. I'm going to add the children here. So this will just be what will wrap the so the model will just wrap the entire children. So now let's import dialog from not from Redex UI. Make sure it should be from the UI folder we have. So I'm going to just change this to modal so that we can be able to control it. You can do that without the modal, but I want to add modal because we want to be passing the on is open and then so I'm going to pass on open change. I'm going to send that to handle close. So inside here, we're not going to use the dialog trigger because since we are using the model, so there's no point of using dialog trigger. So I'm going to just put the dialog content. I mistakenly import this from. So let's put a class name. We are going to put the class on minimum height. So 50 pixel. We are going to set maximum height to 600 pixel. We are going to set maximum width 600 pixel. We're going to say padding. Let's set some padding here. I'm going to just come down here. Let's put in some padding. P up 5 and P down 10. Then let's set rounded to Excel and overflow Y to auto. So yeah, we're going to get the dialog header. So you're going to put a class name. I'm going to just call this dialog underscore top header. This is just a class. Just want to name that. It's not, doesn't mean anything. So I'm just going to just put this to padding 0 and then wait for. Then we're going to decide to show logo. So you're going to have a div with a class name. So I'm going to call this width for height 40. Flex item center, justify center. Yeah, so we're going to have our logo inside. Logo. We're going to pass in width 40 pixel, height 40 pixel. So we're going to fix that down. So inside the header, we're going to have in the title. So I'm going to put a div here. Last, I'm going to set this pt to 2 and then pb to 0, mpx to 5. Save that. Open this and let's put in our dialog title. To enter dialog title, we're going to have in some class name. So let's open that and let's put in some class name here. And I'm going to open the parentheses, put in my cn, import that. I'm going to put in a bracket. Some will say it's leading to 9. Not speed 0. Font bold. Text. Center. I just want it to be center. Just set is center. So that is the reason I put the title. So I think we're done with that. So the next thing we're going to do the sub here. So I'm going to just put the title inside here. TITLE. Great. So let's do this one. So I'm going to the parentheses show not sure subtitle. So we're going to put in dialog description. Make sure it should not be from Redux but from the UI. Save that. And inside here, let's put in class name, open parentheses, cn. Now we're going to add in some, let me put it inside here. Let's say text 14 pixel, then not empty 0, not p, -0 text muted program. Yeah, so let's put in bracket and we're going to say text center with full block maximum with small and max auto, and this will be is centered. So it's centered. So let's practice. So if we don't have any subtitle, it will show that description, dialog description. So we are done with this. Let's just add in a div. I think we are done. And let's just pass in the body. Save that. Let's add in a class name. So this will just take in flex with full flex colon. We're going to say item center justify start. Yes. So this is everything you are going to have. So we are done with the dialog. So let's quickly complete the logo. So I'm going to go inside. Let's go inside the logo. I think this is it here. And let's do that. So inside logo, we're going to pass in some props. I'm going to just do props with it's going to be string height, string class name. It's going to be string on click. So now let me destructure everything. So let me just create a hand click on hand click, undo click, on click. So this is going to throw error because of TypeScript. It's optional. So I'm going to just put this to question mark. So let me bring this in. So inside here, we're going to put the div. We're going to call this row button. We're going to down here and let's put it on click. I'm going to say that to undo click. I'm going to put in style with what set is to auto. Then height, we're going to say that to auto. Then height. Yes, remember this. So let's add a class name. Parentheses, open a bracket unless let me add parties flex, item center, justify center, over bg opacity of 10, and the last one transition decision. Then when we are done, we're going to put command class name. Make sure to bring it in here. So make sure to also import the CM from utilities. And now I'm going to bring in the SVG. So you can copy from the GitHub. So I'm going to paste that inside here. So this is an A. So I'm going to save that and we are done. So let's test the other. If I copy the model and come into the pages, the page.tx. I can wrap this inside here. Let's wrap this inside this button. Let me just put this open. Okay, let me put title. Now let me save it. Let's refresh. And we should see the model. So this is for light mode. Light mode, so close tissue. Yeah, add our close button. So this is how it is, and this is the logo we've added for the model. So that is it. So let's quickly remove all these, and now we are going to quickly work on the login page. So since we are done with this, let's work on login page. So now I want the login page to be, once you land on localhost 3000, that should be the page we're going to have for the sign in. So how is that going to work? Now so let's continue. So I'm going to have to remove this page. Like I said, I want if the users land on the localhost 3000, I want the authentication, the login screen to show. So, and you can see that once we land on localhost 3000, this page is not showing. So let me just FCE, and let me change this to let me put this to login screen page. So I want this page to be on there. So what we're going to do now is, since this is a group layout route group, so this will be open by default. So this is going to open. So what I'm going to do here is, because of this, I'm going to remove this. So just try and delete. Once I delete this, page should show you. Once I click, and now we can see the page here. So this page is showing. So let me go into that layout and let me remove uh, the nav bar and the filter. Let's save it that idea, and then we're going to save it there, and let's go over to the page. So before we go over to the page, inside the layout, I want to add in some classes here to this div. So because we're going to actually make this div hit screen, we're going to set width to 4. Div class page 4 as my max auto. So I'm going to say like this, and let's go into the page and let's create our login layout. Yeah. So our login. So inside here we're going to have a class name of flex. So since we want our mobile screen, the logo and the form should be at the top and the form should be at the down. Then on the last screen, the logo will be at the left and the form will be at the right. So let's do flex colon and item center height auto large h4. So let's remove this page and let's break this here. So inside here, I'm going to create in let's say main contents, the class name, width full and height full. Let's create in a different div. class name. So inside you're going to put in the width for flex column. We're going to use column reverse. Likewise, we're going to do for large. We're going to use flex row reverse. And we're going to say item center and h4. So inside there, we're going to create a div class name. So inside the div, we're going to, this is going to be for the form side, the right side. I'm going to put in flex string. So it's this side combination. You can string this side and do flex one. Then large minimum width. We're going to set it to 427 pixels. And then large maximum width. We're going to set it to 760 pixels. I to 4, P to 4, P4 flex color. Yes. So now we're going to create the top side of the. So this is going to just be a class name with maximum margin, top and bottom margin. Just bottom to 6. So let me just put it to 6 and let me change this to 4. Then let's put our H1. So this is going to have a class name of leading to custom value 84 pixel. Going to have text 68. Going to the fonts black. And now inside it we're going to put happening now. And let's see that, and we should see happening now here. So below it we are going to add in, below the div we're going to have in the div, and inside the div we're going to have in margin B to 8. We're going to have H5 will have a classmates of leading 9. Leading 9, and we're going to have text to 31 pixel. So we're going to have font extra bold, and we're going to write a sign into text s.com, and you should see it showing there. So now this bit, after the div, we're going to open under div, and let's put this to class name. We're going to have width of 300 unit pixel, a div again of class name. So this is going to just be for sign in with Google. I'm going to put MB to 2 here. So we're going to create a component for this. I'm just going to put a comment here. So this is going to be for social sign in, social login. So let's create a component social login. You've not created a component yet. So let's quickly create a component. Let's copy this. Just come to your component here, open it, paste this, and just put the X. And let's see. Let's import this inside. And just change this to Google. We're going to come back for this. Let's import it. Let's even go and write one some for all. So save that. Let's go inside the should sign in and let's just write it. So inside here we're going to use a button for component. The button. So we're going to put variance. Sorry. Variance. There is your outline. We're going to put class name. Shadow. Small. Dark. PG whites. We're going to say gap 2. I'm going to say width 4. I'm going to say height 10. Height 10. Text. Space. So we're going to put important to text. That is going to be a color. We're going to use a particular color. This is the color I'm going to use C4. So it's going to be 3. Sorry, C4. So this color. Lastly, we're going to put fonts medium. We're going to put P1 rounded full. So above this, since we're going to use server action for this, we're going to just set this to form. Let's put form here. Yeah. So this is going to have a type of submit. And then we're going to put name because we're going to create put action. We're going to have value. So we're going to do that later on. We're going to create the server action. I'm going to explain what server action is. Then inside here, I'm going to just put sign in with Google. Sign in with Google. So I'm going to also bring logo. So in order to do that, I'm going to create a folder here inside the root folder. So I'm going to create a folder here. That's inside here, inside the. Let me just open. Okay, and let's create a folder. We're going to call public. So inside here, I'm going to bring in an asset for the logo. So that's we can get that so that I'll just create a folder. I'll call it assets. And I'm going to bring in an SVG. So let's just save that. And let's leave it there. I'm going to bring it in and then let me just so to use the asset inside here. I don't want to use it with the image. I want to use the rest. We'll have to install SVG package for it. So open your terminal. We're going to install we're going to a dev dependency. We call it SGL. So I'm going to just open a new terminal here. And once I open the terminal, I'm going to just say npm install dev dependency. Save. All places. So just basically put it like this. So before you save completely, we're going to create a file here. Let's create a file. So let's create a file here. I will call it svgr svgr svgrd.d.ts. So I'm going to just paste this inside. And once I paste that inside the Next.js, so we're going to add in some webpack. So this is just to extend to, you can also extend webpack inside this. So I'm going to just extend webpack, and then the webpack is going to add in the SVG. So I'm going to just paste that inside here. And I'm going to just add this in case. So just come and save. This is going to be for the image, and this is going to handle the SVGR webpack. So this is the installing. So let's save that. So inside the where is that? It's in csconfig. We're going to add it inside here. We're going to add in the SVLD ETS inside it, so that's we include that. So I'm just going to add it, and you should save, and I think that is it. For now, there is no other thing we are going to do again. You should just wait for it to install, and you should complete installing. So once you install, you're just going to just get the parts. So let's wait for a while before it install. So it has installed completely. Let's go over to inside the social login, and then let's import this. I'm going to move this up, and let me bring this. This is just going to just get a part logo. So you can get the logo from asset in the GitHub repo in the description, and you just copy that, and then inside the social login, just simply get the part public assets this, and then going to just use this directly instead of using the image. Like, so I'm going to save that, and if you look at it, you should refresh, and let's see it. Let's make sure our server is running. Let me check this. Let me just cancel and reload and restart the server. So let me restart the server, and everything should. Think you have an issue raising or compiling. Okay, so it's up. Wait, so you can see the Google sign is actually showing now. So I think it was failing to access Google. But it's up. So let's go ahead and complete the remaining parts. So inside the, let's go over inside the page, and let's work on the other parts of the so inside here we're going to put in the login form. So I'm going to so now here I'm going to just put in a comments, and let me just put in a comments. I'm going to set this to all divider. Yes, that's a comment. So we're going to just create a div, last name, copy. of flex row. So flex row, we're going to have item center, going to have width 300 pixel, maximum width. So let me see this. Let's put a maximum width. So this 200 pixel, we're going to have maximum width 380 pixel. We're going to have minus x1, and we're going to have my1. So let's say that. So below it, you're going to have 2 div, 3 div, 1, 2, 3. So just duplicate that, and inside one, let's put all inside here. So let's put a class name, and this class is just going to have, it's going to be the one that will just show our line. Going to have age 1 pixel. We're going to have bg muted, and dark mode, I wanted to have a different color, RGB. So I'm just going to use a custom way of writing this. So let me just put space here and let me save this. I'm going to use RGB. So it's going to be 47, 51, and then 54. Save that. Then we're going to run with that. Let's try this. Let's put basis 0. We're going to put mx1. We're going to put text 15 pixel. So I move this up, and I'm going to put leading 5. Let's save that. And we're going to add in a p. We're going to set that to 5 pixel, and let's save this. So we're going to just copy. We're basically going to copy this one here. Let's copy this. So let me just remove this. Copy this. And let's paste it here. And we should see it all showing here. So that is looking great. So the next thing now is for us to display the form. Okay, form. So yeah, I'm going to just create a space. I'm going to give it a div. Okay, I'm going to give it a div. And inside the div, I'm going to just call this sign in. Sign with email. I'm going to put it py12. Sorry, py12 pixels. So this is actually going to be a component logging from the self close tag. So let me just comment that out for now. I'm going to complete that. Going to come to that. So let's just finish this page. I will deploy class name. I'll set this to empty10. I'm going to put a h5. I'm going to put don't have an account. Save that. Then I'm going to use the register model. Register form model. So let's comment this for now first. Comment to that. Then after all this, we're going to we're going to create a div. So what I'm going to do is let's scroll up. to this page and let's close this. So this is going to be for the logo. So let's have logo. Last name is and then heights. We're going to have 1/2. We're going to have flex 1.2, large amount height of 45 VH. And let's see. So we need to label this to use clients. Okay, see, so this is clickable. So you can see on mobile view it is showing like this. So I don't want to use the logo because of this and on desktop view. I think if we use this, so let me just try and set this to flex item center and justify center. Let's see. Check is working fine. Yeah, I think it's working fine, but just need to just have the on click. I think whether we should remove the on click on it or we can leave it. Either you just copy the entire style from here and just come over to here and just paste it here if you prefer. So let me just leave it like this for you. So, or I just change it like this and work fine. I think this will work fine. This work fine. This work fine. No, this doesn't work fine. Let's reduce this. So we're going to reduce the so to avoid the on-click and be able to solve that is I'm going to put the class here. Let's say the full current here. So this will not have the on-click here. So if we check it on the preview mode, last screen, we should see how it look like here. The last screen. So let's head back to work on the login form. So on the login form, we're going to create a. So let's work on the form. Let's come inside here. So I'm going to go up here. Before I go there, I'm going to just open this. I'll come to where we have the login, and let's uncomment this. And let's copy this inside the components. I'm just going to create this. Let's type it. And let's create a component. And let's go here and import this from there. Likewise, let's also do this for register form. Let's come down here and let's open this. Let's just create the components, save that, go over to the page and let's import that. And that is great. So in the login form, we're going to use some packages we're going to install. So this is a form we're going to have some validation and everything we're going to use Reactjs form. So firstly, we're going to come down here and let's create const form schema. So we're using schema. We're going to use sort. So let's press Z here. Dot objects. So since let me just set dot objects based on this objects. So let's import this. So yeah. So since the login form is going to take in email and password, so I'm going to just put email. I'm going to set that to result string. I'm going to open this. Then I'm going to set this to email. So I match email, and I'm going to put this to a message. I'm going to say invalid email address. Yes. So for the password, I'm going to set this to string. Just remove this. Let's put minimum. Set this to 1. I'm going to send message. Password required. Let's put password required. Password is required. You can also copy this and put that for the mail too. Email is required. So once we're done with that, let's go down here and let's create the form. Constant form. So this is going to be use form. Yeah, form use form for Reactjs form. Yeah, we're going to just put. Let's just connect off. Let's put z the interface. So we're going to connect our validation. Let's put type of. Type of form schema. So yeah, we're going to just open this and open a parenthesis inside. Then now we're going to put our resolver. So this is going to be z resolver. So resolver. I want to connect our sections. So let's make sure to import sort resolver from so just import that. So let me just copy this here, paste it here, open it from. So I'm going to say open from resolvers / sort. Great. So that's how we're going to do it. Now we need to put our default values here. Default values. So this is going to have our email. So we're going to set that to an empty string, password, empty string. So great. So we're just going to just create onSubmit, constant.onSubmit. This is equals to an empty function. So this is going to be an async, and this is going to be values. We're going to set that to, let's copy this. Let's just console have our values. Great. So now what we are going to do now is to now we need to create the actual form. So let's see what's causing this error. Is telling me about it's not a function. So if I do, let me make sure I do this to points, save that, then okay, thank you as well. We can see the login from here. So we have not added the impute field. So let's do that. We're going to just change this to form provider. Form provider from Reactjs form. Let's just do that, and we're going to just open and destructure the form. So let's create a form here. Then here we're going to have our onSubmit. So our onSubmit is going to title form dot handle submit. We're going to put our onSubmit here. Great. So inside the form we're going to so before that, let me just add some class name here. Class name. So we're going to have flex, hreful, weightful, flex color, item center, justify center, and then we're going to just put some space y3. Save that. So let's open and let's start in the main work. We're going to import form field. So this, I got this flow from this on Shadcn UI. If you go over Shadcn UI form, this is how to connect with Reactjs. So I'm just going to just open this and I'm going to put in control. So it's going to be a form control. We're going to also pass in the name of the form. So I'm going to call it email. And I'm going to do render. So this is going to render. So let's open here and get our field. So we're going to just open this. Yeah. We're going to put our form item from Shadcn UI form. So let's save that. So inside here, we're going to put our form control. Then inside, we're going to put our inputs. No, inputs from, yes. No, this is not going to open close. We're going to just, so let's save that, and it's working fine. So let's just quickly destructure and pass in the feed. So I put 3 dots and save that here. So that's looking great. So inside here, we're going to just create, inside of here, you put some class name, just set it to full width, save that. Then here, I'm going to just add in some placeholder, and we're going to set this to email. Here, we're going to disable. So false, we're going to set that to loading very soon. So let me just set that to false for now. SE. Then I'm going to put in a class name now. So the class name is going to be, very simple. I'm just going to name this input form inputs. This is not doing anything, it's just want to name it. So I'm going to just set this to focus. I don't want to show border 0. And then I'm going to just, let me just open this. I'm going to put dark. So I want to show border when on that screen. Dark theme, I mean. So this is going to be RGBA 255 255 255 points 5. Save that, and we already see input showing. So this is the email input. Great. So now we can just copy this and let's put this for the password. So I'm just going to just change this to like this. Then copy this, paste this, and let me change this to password. Yeah, that is great. So you should see email and password already showing there. The form field already showing for email and password. Looking great. Then lastly, we're going to just add in the button. I'll actually do the submit when I'll trigger the submit. So let's import button from Shadcn UI components, and let's just add in variants. Let's use our custom variant brand, primary, width, full, then size. We're going to set it to brand small. Type submit. Class. So I'm going to set this to spin size defaults. This is going to actually be for our loading. So I'm just going to let me just comment it for now. Just comment that for now, and we should see everything should be working fine. So this is looking great. Why is this scrolling? Okay, it's looking fine. So now let's work on our register form model. So when we click on the button, it shows the model. Yeah. So let's go into the form model, and then let's begin building. So to make things faster, we're going to just simply go to inside the login, and let's copy this from here to here, and let's paste that inside there. Just come there, let's copy this, and let's make sure we tag this to use clients. Since inside the app folder. I think it's looking okay. So we're going to just add in constants is open, comma sets is open. This is going to go to use states. Let's set that to false. Move this up. So now we're going to let's update this. This is actually going to just take in this will take in name. So I'm going to just copy this, come down here, paste it up here, change this to name, and we'll set this to name. So the email stays the same. Email, I'm just going to trim it, trim that, and I think everything's invalid here. So for the username, we're going to pass in username. So the username is going to have in the same thing. So we're going to just press enter. Put in, complete this, and put in comma here. So the username is just saying user is required. So what do we have next? We have date of birth. So I'm going to just pass in date of birth. So this is actually going to be a Z or string minimum of 1. So let me just create a space here. I'm going to just put this to date of birth So we need them to put their date of birth. It's compulsory, is required. Yeah. And signing up. So I'm just going to just say refine approval level. So inside the value, I want to make sure that check that it is not date. I'm going to put dates.ps value. So yeah, which I'm going to just put in. Let me see why it's not showing. So let's make sure everything's. Let me make sure that this. So let me copy this out. So make sure this is working fine. Okay, I need to remove these comments. This comment. Let me change the database. What is it? Okay, that's up. Let me now paste it here and let me just open this. Work message place and then validates. So let me look here. I didn't put comma here. Oh no, not here. String minimum, then refine value, set it so not okay. Sorry, input is not a date. Then this we have in is so this is going to have in a comma. Let me add this here. I just figure out why it's strange. Send expected comma. Is it okay? Oh shit! I forgot to put the dots. Sorry guys, so I forgot to put it. Let me just bring this down here. So that's it. So let's just add in the remaining parts of this. Just putting the name up here. So empty string. So we put in the username. So empty string. Multiple date of birth. So empty string. And that is. So let's go over to login again and let's just copy this on submit. And let's put it there. So now what we are going to do now is to, since this is going to be a model, I'm going to below this, I'm going to come down here and let's open this. Let's create a function here to close and do close. Let's open the function. So now let's import our model component. So this is going to be a button. I'm going to place in the button. But that's so here this button is open. So it's open. Let's put title to. So let me come down here. Let me put title. It's your accounts. Close. Undo. Close. So now we're going to pass in the body. Inside the button, we're going to have a create your account, create account. So we're going to pass in variant, brand outline, width, full, size, brand small, class name, margin 5, top 5 gaps, gap, how to create gap. Don't need gap because we're not adding any spinner here. So now I'm going to add an on click. I'm going to set this to is set is open to true, and that's it. So if I scroll down and click on this, you should see the model appear. So this is the model. So let's work on the model and adding most of the form field here. So for the model, it's just similar to what we have in this in login. So I just want to make it quick. I'm just going to come here and let's copy majority of what we added there because it's actually what I'm going to do there. So I'm just going to come here, come inside the body. It starts here. Make sure to close the tag for the form before the import that here. So that's it. So now let me go again and copy this. I'm just going to copy this so it will be quick. Paste it here. So we have the email. The email is similar. So let me just go and copy the login, the form information from. So let me just paste that here and think it should stop the error. Okay, save the input. So input, import that. And now we're going to make plenty of copying and paste. We're going to paste this one here. So we're going to change that to our name. And I'm going to change this to name. Before we do that, we need to add in a different component here. I'm going to say form label. I'm going to call it email. Make sure you copy that. Come down here. Name. After opening, we need to put in the username. So I'm just going to copy this. So we're going to remove the input for username. We're going to remove the input. We're going to use a separate component which is called the check username, since we want to make sure that the username is unique. So I'm going to change this to username. We need to come to that when we're implementing the sign in. So when we've set up our database, our backend and everything. So we're going to come back to this. Now we're going to have in the database. So I'll just quickly copy this and change that. Change that to date of birth. I'm going to change that to date of birth. And you'll be. Let's paste it again. Let's password. So this one's going to be type. Enter password. So this is it. And let's go scroll down to where we have the button. I just copy the button with the everything here. And let's just paste that below this. And let's create. So let's save that. And we are done with the registration. So let's try and open the model. And if I click to open the model, you should see the form was created completely with CSS except the username, which we're going to come to that. So this one, I want to change the type of this to dates, and this is a password. Great. So let's quickly change that to the dates. Let's change the type to dates. Let me save that, and we can see it's showing the data. So this is it. So we can close this now. We can open this. So once we are done with this, we should make this functional. So to make this functional, we're going to set up our NextAuth Prisma and then Neon Postgres. So let's go ahead and set that up. So let's go ahead and install Prisma, set up Prisma in our application. So I'm just going to come here and let's clear all of everything we have here. So let's open our terminal. Just press Control Command J, and I'm going to just let me cancel this. Let me clear this, and let me npm install the Prisma. So we're going to install Prisma, and then it should install. And once it installed, we're going to initialize it and to have our schema in the project. So let's wait a while it's installed. So let's initialize Prisma. So I'll just put npx Prisma init. I should press enter, and it should initialize Prisma. Prisma should create a folder for us, a schema folder for us. So I think it has done that. So let's open here and we just close this, and you should see the Prisma folder here, and it's the schema of the Prisma. And if you click inside it, you should see it's Prisma is getting the database URL and Prisma client. So we're going to scroll down here, and if you come down to env, you should see env added, and you should see the Prisma. So this part is actually a Postgres specific test part. So we're going to get the Postgres URL from Neon Postgres, which we're going to do that in a minute. Let's also make sure that .env is added to this place, to our git signal file. Make sure to save that here. So that is added here. So the next thing to do is let's, before moving to get our database URL from Neon, let's quickly write our model here before we do that. So I'm just going to write all the model that is needed for this project, so we don't have to come back here again just only to view instead of writing it again anymore, just to make things faster. So first thing first, what we're going to do is to write a model. So we're going to create a user model, and if you're not getting this, your own is not identifying the Prisma client, just quickly come here and just type in Prisma, and you should see the extension here. And you can see that it's coming from Prisma. So this center lighting. So you get that here. So we're going to simply just write everything we need for Prisma. So first and first, we want to first of all like let's complete the user. So we're going to set ID to int, and now we're going to set this to top Prisma that this is an ID, and ID need to auto generate by itself. So we're going to put it auto increment to increment by itself. So that is it. Before at top of this, before we go here, okay, let me just continue here. We need to put the name of the user and set that to string. So this is important. This is not optional. No, sorry, we don't need to put this string. Hold on here. So put username. So username will be optional because when signing up with Google does not provide username, and username is actually going to be unique because we want each every username to be unique in the platform. So we're going to add in bio. Bio will be optional. Optional means this question mark I'm adding here. Email is not going to be optional. Email is going to be a string and also going to be unique. So I'm going to just do that. Then for date of birth, we're going to put date of birth, and this is actually going to be a date time, and it's going to be optional because when we use Google sign in, does not give us date of birth of the user. So we have to make it optional. Email verify. I don't think we're going to use this, but let me just put that to the time. Cover image. This is the cover image of the user profile. Change that to string. This is actually going to be optional. Then we have the profile image of the user. Image is the avatar of the user. So just take string. This is going to be optional. Hash password. Hash password is going to be optional. Then we're going to have created as going to be daytime and we're going to set the defaults to now. So one time we create a new row, we insert anything in database to just automatically create that, and the update now is going to be set to update that. So let me just remove this default. So it's not going to be defaults, it's going to be set to updated that. So once you make an update, it's changed, update the data. So inside here, each user is going to have people that they are following. So we want to have the IDs of the users this particular user is following. So we're going to say following IDs, and this is going to be a list of those IDs, and the ID here is integer. So I'm going to just say that. Make sure the I is a capital letter like this. So we also want to know that if the user has a notification, let's say someone like his post or someone follow him, you need to know that okay, user need to be notified. So also should indicates that a notification. So this is going to be optional. We are going to put is verified. I'm not going to even use this. Is verified to default enforce. So let me just leave that here. So we're going to create a subscription. Um, there is a subscription. So user is going to have a relationship with a subscription model. So we're going to create a subscription. This is going to keep track of every upgrade the user have made. So I'm going to just call this subscription, and this is going to be a question mark. So let me just comment this out for now because we've not created it here. And we're going to have accounts. So this is going to take account. This is NextAuth is going to use this when we are calling Google sign in. So we're going to connect. It's going to add and populate the account with the provider which we use. So we're going to also pass in posts. And post is going to be a list of, so user has a relationship onto many relationships. So it can add multiple posts, and we'll comment that now. And for comments, user has ability to add multiple comments. So this is one to many relationship. Any comments, comment that now. Then notification. So this is going to be the list of notification that was added, that is being created. So user has multiple notifications. So we're going to put a list. I'm going to just comment that out. Then we're going to enable them once we create them. So now Prisma identified this model as user, but I want on my DB, if you access or maybe your PG admin, but if you open Prisma Studio, it will identify as the model will be identified as user here, but I want to change that to users. So I can use the double at map. I'll just change that to users. So I'm changing the name of this model to users in once it's converted to the database here. So if you want to, for me to get focus on Prisma, just type in Prisma in the comment section, or type in Prisma. Yes, okay. So let's go down to the next one, which is the model for accounts. So this one is just used by also. Let me just go over to Auth and you can see that. So I'm going to open here. So Auth with Auth.js. So just open Auth.js and click on Auth.js and just click on get started. Get started, it should open up. Taking some time. Okay, yeah. So you should just click on Next.js. Let me see. I want to go straight to Auth.js and Prisma. Yes. So inside Prisma adapter, if you scroll down to where we have, if you see it here, if you see it, just copy it and let's just paste it. So this is where I get it, so you get it from. So let's enable accounts. And if you see that it works too. I think account is just only one. Account is not multiple. Account. Okay. And it should be ID. It should be user ID. ID train error. Okay. This one should be. Change this into init. Let's copy the user on. Copy this. Okay. Yeah, it should be. So this is it. So save that and let's move on to subscription. Let's add subscription model subscription model, and let's add this my user, and it's just put this. So it's online plan. So plan, we have plans and default. So in order to do that, we're going to add enum. Yeah, let's go up to this place and let's add this enum plans. Go down back and let's put our plan, and let's put as default free. Great. So we're going to add in some plans here. We're going to add in Stripe customer ID, So this is going to be string and going to be optional. We're going to make this unique. So every customer ID from Stripe should be unique. So I'm going to also map this. I'm going to give it a name because this is how Stripe identify the customer ID. So just put customer ID here. Then I'm going to do that for. We are going to do that for. We're going to set that to Stripe again. Subscription ID and should be optional, and let's change this to unique too. And let's map this. Name this to Stripe underscore subscription. Subscription underscore ID. And make sure the spelling are right. Subscription. Okay, let's move on to the next one. We have Stripe price ID. So we're going to have this string. It should be optional, but this is not going to be unique because price changes. So we have the same price. So I'm just saying name Stripe underscore price underscore ID. So we have Stripe foreign period and so this is going to actually assign to date time. It's going to be given date time. And we're going to map that to again. We're going to name this Stripe underscore current underscore period underscore end. So Stripe current period and all these text need to make sure that they are correct. Stripe customer ID, Stripe subscription ID underscore ID, and we have Stripe price ID, Stripe current period end. So guys, so we're just going to copy the relation here and copy that. So this is another way to add unique for multiple multiple model query here. So I'm just going to put this thing back here. I'm going to open this. So this is actually going to be a one-to-one relationship. I'm going to so I'm going to let me sum up this subscription. Customer init relation is the ID, and then cascade subscription. Stripe current period and Stripe ID and Stripe subscription ID. So let's check this. Let's make sure that's correct. Okay. Okay. Once one relationship, we need to also make this unique. Yeah, that's it. So let's go down to the post model. Post. We have multiple posts, so we're not going to post in Unix. So this is a one-to-many relationship. So I'm just going to enable this here. We'll post right here. Come down here and there's this here. Inside the post, we're going to have the body. The body is going to be string, and we're going to have posts image. It's going to be string optional. Created ads. So I don't want to take time. Just to come up here with this created time and created ads and then updated ads. Paste it here. Then we're going to have so each post has a list of like IDs. So we're going to put it in its MC array. So we're going to get the user relation, and we're going to add in comments. So each post has one to many relationship with the comments. So we have multiple comments here. I'm going to remove also this as comments here. So let's scroll down and let's also map this and change the name map to post. So I just want to make sure that it's having all of them has X. So let's other comments. So the same thing. I'm going to have the same thing with the copy everything here. Paste it here. Change it to comment image ID here. I'm going to have created an index. We're going to put in. So this is going to also have a post ID. So you're having a relationship with the post ID. So I'm going to put in it. Then we're going to connect our relationship with this. So sorry, I need to change this to comments. So I'm going to copy this, the user, and I'm going to paste that here. Let me duplicate it and then try for post ID. So let's also name this to map this to comments. So the last one we're going to have is notification model. So let's enable that here. Scroll down. We're going to also have let's copy this here. Let's remove so body is going to I'm going to also put created and updated ads for each of the notification. So then this is going to also have a relationship with the user. So let's also change this to notification. So let's make sure that the spelling is right here. So I think we are done with all the model. I just want to also clarify that I'm sure that this is correct. I don't have any mistake, make any mistake here. They didn't make any mistake here based on what I'm saying. They couldn't make any mistake. So let's save that and let's go ahead and set up our database URL, and then we can generate and migrate and push this to the database Prisma. So, okay, so let's go over to neon.tech. So this is neon.tech here. This is URL neon.tech. If for any reason you don't have access to, if for any reason you don't have access to neon.tech, just go to the GitHub URL, the comment section, and select the click on Markdown and select database, and you should see the direction on how to get it to work on your system. So that's it. Let's go over to Neon Tech. So make sure you get started or click on the option here to register. Just accept this and sign up. So for this, and once you sign up, you'll be sent a activation link which you use to activate your account. Then once you've this is where it will land you. So I'm going to give you a little one project you can create here on here. So I'm just going to name this. So once you just can name this anything you want. So this is going to be social text clone. What's name it? Database name. You can leave that like that. Yes. So yes, let's just create it here. Let's create I should create. So you see, let's keep this log as database, and you should see that our project are set up. So here, from here, you should see your neon URL. Just click on that and let's show password. So we're going to enable this, and I'm going to copy this. Just copy it here. Alright, show the password again, and let me just copy this once and for all. So go back to your env file and then let's replace it with this one. So I'm going to clear this and let me paste this here, and you can see that we have this ready. So let's come over here and then I want to select the select neon that has puller. So actually made a mistake. Make sure we select pulling, so you can over here to see why we need to add pulling. So I just prefer to use the pull connection. Let me just show this. Let me show the password. Why it's loading. Let me just copy this. Yeah. And let me replace this with this. So I'm going to comment this out first. And let me give it a database URL and let me paste this inside. So this is going to have a puller and our database is NeonDB. So great. So let's come over back to this place and click on tables. And when we click on tables, we should see our tables here. So click on it and it has shown. So if you see no table here, so let's go over to our database here and let's run Prisma. Let's run our model. Let's run npx. So make sure server is down. So let's put npx Prisma npx Prisma generate. Let's press enter. So everything is correct and Prisma should generate. Let's make sure it generates. So once it generates, give some time to generate and it should push. So it has successfully generated the Prisma. So let's push what's Prisma. So I'll just put npx Prisma db push. So after generating, so just enter npx Prisma db push, and hopefully it should put connect to our db and put most of our tables to models to or tables, you can call anyone to the database. So let's just wait for some while for it to complete the process. So it has successfully put our model generated and put to Prisma. So let me come to my table here showing nothing. So I'm just going to try and refresh. Let me just select overview here and let me click on tables bar and see if it will show. And hopefully if you show our tables here, it's great. You can see that in our Postgres, we're having accounts, comments, posts, users. So just because we have, we said comment here, we said notifications, post here. You see the names we change on the DB. So to see most of our, I think Prisma have what we call studio. So we can write npx Prisma studio. So we can use this to just see most of our data instead of going straight to the DB. Right, so can just local 35 yeah. So just open here. And if you see how Prisma show their model, accounts, comments, notification, post, subscription, and user, you see there's no X, but on the DB, you see that it has X. So this is the reason why we use the map. That's the function of map here. So inside here, you can select user and we have nothing here left. So let's go ahead to set up, before we do anything, let's go ahead and set up the Auth.js. So to set up our Auth.js, we need to go over to Auth. Let's come back here. We're here before. You just want to click on here so you can start over from the beginning. Just get started. So when you get started, just click on Next.js. So we should install np install NextAuth. So just copy that. So before we copy that, I want to drop this thing down. I want to install some packages from Prisma first. this package is what we use to communicate with the in our backend server. Yeah, so we're writing our endpoint. So I'll just say install. If I install this, I'll just say install as Prisma client. So let's just install that. Yeah, that's an install. So let's paste the NextAuth that we copied. So let me copy it again. It didn't copy properly. Let me copy it again. Paste that, and let's enter npm install NextAuth beta. So we can scroll here and let's generate a secret key for our NextAuth. So I'll just copy this here and let's paste that. Let's wait for this to install finish. So it doesn't so let's just paste that, and once we click on enter, it will create a.env.local. So just press yes, and if you install them, so let me see. So it has set up let's open and come here. You should see .env.local, and you should see the secret key here. So what I will do here is just to copy it or cut it from here, and let me just go over to env. Since we have env file, let me just paste it inside here. Great. So let's continue. Come back to the browser and so we should create auth.tx. So let's just get the file name. Come to our lib folder, and let me close this here. Come to our lib folder and create a file called auth.tx and just enter there. So come back here and let's copy this. Let's copy this and let's paste it inside here. So that's it. So the next thing we're going to do is said we should create a route handler on this. Remember we mentioned catch all routes. So this is used to catch routes. So we're going to put this inside our API. So inside our app API folder, I'm going to just remove this. So let's just copy this API out. Let me create a folder called out and that folder to catch all next routes inside out. Then we're going to now create our routes.tx. So once we've created that, we need to copy this from here. So just copy this and let's paste it inside it. So let's make sure we change this part. Let me remove this comment. Make sure you change this part to fetch from lib/auth. Great. So once I do that, we need to create our middleware. So middleware is what we use is like router access that runs once we want make any request. So I'm just going to use that. So I'll just create a file in the root directory, just paste that inside here and copy this. Make sure this should come from the lib folder /auth. Yeah, so that's it. So now it's time to set up our authentication. So I'm going to click on this and click on OAuth, and now we need to select Google. So just select Google, and here we are going to have to add this to our callback in our Google console developer. Or so before we do that, let's just copy this out Google ID and everything and go into the env and let's paste it here. Let me just comment this out. This and let's paste it inside here. So we're going to add Google. So before we do that, let's go ahead let's come here open the next tab you have here, and let's go to console.cloud, or you can just search for Google Developer Console. Just press enter. So let me just press enter here, and I want to change this from this my email address. So this is a home screen. Just click on the Google Cloud and you should land on this. So I already have a project, so I'm just going to create a new project. So to create a new project, click here and then click on this option here and click on new project. So now let's call this social X clone, and let's create it. So once you create it, you usually come over to the next stage. So it was created. Let me select the project. And once I selected the project, the next thing we're going to do, let's just come down here and click on API and service. So let me close this. So just click on API and service. Let's just click on this option, come down to API and service, and let's click on Auth. So remember, click on this option here and hover over it to click on this Auth here. And once you're there, you should select external so it will be accessible for anybody. Create, and now let's create our app. So I'm just going to give this an app name. I'm going to just call it let me just close this here. Okay, make sure you close this. If not, you'll not be able to type. So close this here. I'm going to call it social X. Put a support email here. I'm going to put the support email here. Then once you've added that, you need to just scroll down. If you have any domain, no, we are going to look at it. So yeah, we're going to just add it. Now once you add, just click on save. So when you click on save and continue, you should be moved to this place. So just skip all this, save and continue. Test user, there's no need, save and continue, and summary done. Go back to dashboard, and now let's click on this here and come to API and service, then select credentials. So this is where we're going to get our client ID and client secret. So just click on create credential here and select OAuth ID credential, and it should create the credential for us. So it asks us to say web application. So now we need to put our redirect here. So this here is where we need to go back to Auth here. And if you scroll up to the top, you see when it say route this to API. So copy this and paste it here. It's not going to work. So remember our local host, and if we run this, remember our local host, we're running on local host 3000. So let me just come here. You should see 3000. So just copy, get it 3000, and let's put it in false. So any port you have as printed, so I'm going to add that. Now let me remove this one. So let's create that. Let's create it. And once you create it, you should see your key. Make sure you copy this. So let's copy client ID. Come here. Let's remove this and let's paste this here. And let's copy the secret ID and client secret, I mean to say. Let's paste this and let's save. Now just press OK. So make sure you've copied everything correctly. Then let's go back to Reactjs since we have copied that. And now we need to go back to where we had this. And let's copy this and let's go back to our auth.ts in our leaf folder. And now let me update this to Google. And it's already to Google. Make sure you import it from Google. Yeah. So make sure you import it from Google here. Great. So now let's go up. So this is where we can add in the sign-in button, sign-in form. So we're going to do that later. So before we do that, let's come to database and let's add in the connector or also our Prisma. So click on database, click on Prisma adapter, and now we need to install. Since we've already installed client, so make sure you just only install the Auth Prisma adapter. Open your terminal and let's say npm install Auth at Auth Prisma adapter. We already have this. So this, we're going to copy this. We're going to create a file called prisma.txt inside the lib folder. I'm going to call it Prisma. So inside the folder, we're going to come to the folder. Let's create this Prisma db.txt. So Prisma db.txt. Then once you've created that, what we're going to do now is to copy this here. So copy this and just paste it. So just create. So what does this thing mean is we are trying to set Prisma to the global scope of the application. Now this here is to check if the Prisma is already existing in the global scope, or else just create new global scope. So this use it to create a new one. Then we're going to check that if this is not in production, then now we're going to assign the global.prisma equals to the Prisma. So we're going to use that for this is going to be in development mode to avoid too many. So let's save this. And once we save this, go back again. And now let's add in our adapter from where we save this, and let's add it to the auth.txt. So go back to your auth.txt, close this, and above our Google. So let's just paste this here and make sure to import this now. So if you can see, just make sure you just import it from here or copy from here. And let's import it from Prisma DB. Great. So now we are done with this. So now let's complete our auth to take in everything that we need. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to change this from Google. I prefer to call it a different name. So I prefer to call it Google Provider. So I'm going to just change it to Google Provider instead and just put it here. So now inside Google Provider, at the top of this, I'm going to call this secrets. I'm going to say process dot env dot, where's our secrets here? Our secrets. It's not much to add it though. Let me just put it here. So our Google Provider, we're going to just open this open bracket, and let's put in our client ID, process that get our authors client ID, copy and paste, get our authors secrets. Let's call this client secrets. So now when we try to sign up with Google provides us with a different field that is different from what we have in our Prisma. So inside our Prisma user model, we have name, username, bio, email, and so on and so forth. So Google will provide us with something we call sub. So let's just try that. I'm going to just come down here and who's going to provide something called source. So it's going to be inside like a profile, whatever. I'm going to just try to modify the response from Google. So I'm just going to put it and I'm going to console so we can see it. I'm going to put profile, and inside profile, I'm going to just make it an async. And I'm going to open this, and it's going to bring in a profile, and let's open this. So now you're going to return the ID equals to public, not public profile the sub sub. So this is how we're going to use to get the Google ID for this. Name is going to be profile dot name. You're going to put email, profile dot email. You're going to say profile image. Profile image is going to be a profile dot picture. I want to get username. So username is going to just be pending for now because Google does not give us username. So let me check this. Let's go into the schema, and I'll check account is saved value for ID and type provider. Okay. So let's go back to us. We are not done with this. So we're going to come back with the username. So what we're going to do with the username is we're going to generate saying what we're going to generate username for user that use Google by default, and we'll first of all check if that username is already taken to generate a different username, and if that username is not taken to generate a username for us. So that's how we're going to do that. So what we're going to do now is we're going to also set for credentials. So we've just added for only Google. We've not added for credentials. So we're going to do that now. So let's add that. So coming back to the username. So to add that, we're going to go down and let's add in credential. So I'm going to just go down after Google provider. So this is a different provider. Credential is a different provider. So let's put this to now just open it like this. And now let's import credential from Google from Auth, NextAuth. So here we have Google. So let's bring it here like this. And now let's get credentials. So credential is going to be an object of email. We're going to call it label email type email copy and paste password, type password and name password. This is it. This is the form. Then we're going to add a function called authorize. So this is what we are going to so async. We're going to change this to credential. So this is credential that's going to come back. And we're going to just do that. So now we're going to check if not credential does email or password throw new error. invalid credential. So let's save that. So for the database show, and now I'm going to just set this to promise of any for now. Yeah, so there I'll stop. So now the next thing we're going to do, we're going to put try and cache here. We're going to try to log in our user with the credentials that has been passed to us. So I'm going to just put in, let me type in this again here, try and cache. And now we're going to just do constant email share password. Yeah, I'll wait. Sign in. Schema. Upload async. So we've not created this, so I'm going to create this function. So this is going to be passing our credential for Zod. So this is a different example. So for the day, please check if it's not. So I'm actually checking if the email and password they are valid before I log them in. So I can also use Zod to validate my credentials. So come to your code there, and we should go inside the leaf folder, and let's create a folder called let's create a folder called validation. So I'm just going to create a folder here, validation, and inside it, I'm going to create a what is auth, sorry, auth validation, sorry, validate.txt. So here we're going to import from Zod objects, string. It's the same thing we use for the same Zod we use for the React with React book on the sign up and login UI. So I'm going to just change that. So I'm going to just export this constant shine in schema object. So basically these are the same thing we had with them. Let me just put string. So this is input email. So I'm using a different way. Well, string require error message email is required. Then I will put minimum. Sorry, email required is required. Then I'm going to just set this to email. I'm going to just put this invalid. So that should maybe I put for password. Password is required. I think we're done with that. Let's go back to our auth and let's import that from. Make sure we export that in them. Just import that from. So make sure we import that. I think we made a mistake here, so let me just copy this and try to sign in. Let's save. So we've gotten this. Now we are going to try and check this username in our Prisma. So just say constant user is equals to Prisma. So this is going to use some Prisma client, and we just dot user dot find unique get image because the image. So this Prisma reflecting from our Prisma DB. So once I is there, we're going to check if the children or not user the hash password. Sorry. Oh, always. Sorry. Hash password. Let's copy. Email account. Is not found. I mean. So now we're going to also check is match. Confirm that the account will be equipped. Equip or compare password command user hash password. If match, if not match, I mean copy this and paste there. So email and password are found. Or wrong credential. Period. And if you might, let's just return user to new error something right. So let's install BigQuick. I'm going to just so open your terminal and let's do npm. So BigQuick.js. So it was already installed. So let's just import that from okay, so Ctrl A and let's hover. It's not working. And I will go up and let's say that yeah, working fine. So once you are done with the provider, so let's drop this on it. We are going to go to the callback callback. So before we go to callback, we need to tell need to also mention, okay, this is our strategy. We are using JSON notes section, and our callbacks very simple. So we're going to say async. We're using JWT open bracket token normal user and then I can say if user we're going to say token ID is equals to user ID token email token dot email user email token dot name equals to name and token dot username. Sorry. See username. So it's not defined this way. UWT next is not identified it. So we need to go and fix something. So before we do that, let's just quickly just round up this. Let's write our section. Async session, and this should just say session and token. So inside this, we're going to just check if token. So inside here, we're going to just a session, the user ID is equals to link token ID. Token to our session is an email, is going to be token the email. Our session, the name, my session, or username, username, token the username, and let's return session. I think we're done with this. So let's go and fix this error. So fix that, we're going to go to our root folder and we're going to create a file called just go down here. So let's go and just create let's create NextAuth .v.ts. We're going to create the type for them. I'm going to import it from the first session from NextAuth. So let's declare module NextAuth interface session user ID string email string honor remember this session might be null if the person it will be null if the person does not log in. So all this should be optional. Time, time, username, and now we're going to use default session backpage user page full. After the session, classical interface for the UI user name. You can see ID number, and email, username. So once we're done with that, let's come down and let's import default legibility. Let's auth legibility. Before you see, somebody just copy this. Also put space legibility. Oh shit. So this was legibility. And default ID and email and username. So let's see. I think we didn't return something for the JWT. So that is why it's showing that error. We need to return for the JWT extra. We need to return the token. Now everything is set up completely. We are done with this. So now the next thing we're going to do is just to go and create our action for to use sign in our on submit and also for Google sign in. So let's go ahead and so let's go over to app. Let's create a component, a folder called actions. And inside here, we need to create auth.action.ts. Now we need to name this use server because this is a server action. So let's import from lib/auth. Let's import sign in and sign out. Wait. So now we are going to export async do sign in social login. Social login. And this is going to take a form data. Oh, I forgot to put function here. So now from the form data, we are always going to be awaiting an action. So I'm going to just check action is equals to form data dot get action. So once I get that, then I'll wait to sign in. So I'm going to sign in and I'm going to pass the action. So the action is going to be Google. And then once I pass the action, it will direct me to home screen. Oh, sorry, we direct to. So we are done with the social login. So this is the function we're going to use for social login. So I'm just going to come from here and copy and paste that. I'm going to do for do logouts. And here I'm just going to just say logout. Yeah. Let's paste that again. So let's change this to do this and let's pass in data. The data is going to have email string and password string. Inside here, we're going to create one cache here. So response equals to array sign in. I'm going to touch with some credentials. I'm going to pass in the credential email, password, password. And now let's return the response. Error. So now we are done with that. So remember on the auth.tx we have where we need to generate the username for the Google sign in. So the Google sign in will work, will generate username for us when we use that. So remember I said we're going to come back to that. So we're going to create a unique show unique username. So to that, inside the action here, we're going to create a function for that, a server action for that. So I'm going to just copy this one, and let me just put it inside here. And inside here, we're going to just change the name from this to ensure unique username. So this is going to be it, ensure unique username. And I'm going to just get the prop, and I'm going to say username. Sorry, username string measurement attempt. So this is just to avoid our code from running multiple times. So I'm going to say it's equals to 5. But I'm going to keep on checking till it match a particular username that does not exist. So I'm going to push to try and cache. And I'm going to say, okay, let attempt equals to 0. Then constant base username is equals to username. And let user equals to await Christmas. This user I'll find unique. Yeah, username. Sorry. So then we should create a while loop. And this while loop will check if this user attempt is greater than less than this, then the while loop will run, and the while loop will just get in random number, match random, half the variable 100,000, match random times I 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I'm going to just save username is equals to the base. This was provided as a string. So a random number. Wait. So user is equals to Prisma find user unique. Yeah, username is username. And the last one we're going to just use just to below it, we're going to just check lesser than this and keep it to enable unless that's true. So we're going to also create a different function and we're going to also use this now. You're going to make use of this. So let's go ahead. So before we go ahead to apply with this ensure unique username, I want to create a separate helper function which used to generate the base username. So I'm going to come to where here and I'm going to create a file called helper.txt. So let me close this out. So what I can do, let's export constant. I'm going to name it in generate base username. So this is going to take in the name, which is a string, and I'm going to put the email string, and let's just open this. So let's say let's base username is equals to empty string, empty string. Then we say if name, if the user provide name, or just call it base username is equals to name. Oh, sorry, name. We to split the name. And so we have full name or something like that. So I'm going to split the name. I'm going to just take the index of 0 and I'm going to convert that to lowercase. Since Google provided us with a full name, I think this full name they will give us a. So let me use else if email equals to base username is equals to just similar to the same thing we have. Then else if nothing was provided, we just say the base name username is equals to user. We'll just save that. So that so below there, because of the base name is going to be user, we need to make it unique. So I'm going to also use the same random number is equals to math floor math of floor, and we're going to put this 100,000 plus maths just random, and we're going to just multiply that with 900, so 900,000. Then we're going to make sure to close this and let's return the name. So this is going to be username random number. Yeah, great. So now we are done with this. Let's make use of this in our Auth.js TX file. So I'm just going to where do we have see Auth.js, and here, so when we're testing this, we're going to see the profile what is being returned for us from Google. But for that, let's open here and let's say constant base username is equals to import this, and let's put profile.name comma profile.email. Save that. Then we're going to do constant unique. So unique username is equals to, since we're using this is our action, we're going to ensure unique. So it's going to be an async. I'm going to pass in the base username here. The base username will be generated from this. Then I'm going to just pass in the unique name. So great. So this is it for the Google. So let's go ahead and complete with the registration and the login. So let's go over to the login page, authentication, click on page, then let's go into login form. So in the on submit, we are going to call we're going to import our server action from the action folder. So let's go ahead and do that. So let's just come down here, let's remove this. I'm going to come up here and let me do constant is loading, set is loading. So this is going to be equals to use state. I'm going to set that to false. So now let's come down here. We'll have a try and cache, and let's set is loading to false to true. Save that to true. Then we're going to do await. So we're going to do credential. So do credential login. If you go to action and click on Auth action, we should see the first not the first, it's this one. So this is going to pass the email and password, and this is coming from NextAuth from Auth here. Then I'm going to pass in credentials because if you look at the others, yes, this is known for credential here. So I'm going to pass in the provider is credential provider. So this is credentials. We're going to pass that here inside, so that also knows that okay, we are using this is for credential. I'm going to pass in the email and password. If you go back to Auth.ts, you see we're asking for the email and password there. So great. So let's go back and so I'm going to read like this. I'm going to pass in email.value.email. I'm going to password value.password. So that's it. So once that is successful, I'm going to give a toast. So I'm going to say toast. So let me come up here and there's constants. Open this toast. Use toast. Use toast. So in order for us to use this use toast, we need to add something to the main layout. So let me go to the layout, the general layout, the overall layout, and let me come down to where we have children. Let's open this, open that, and below it I'm going to add toaster. So import that, so let's set this. So this is it. So let's go back to our login form and let's make use of this back. So I'm going to come down here and let's say toast. This one to ask for the title. I'm going to say this is success. Description. Program successful. Program successfully. I'm going to say variant here to default. Then if our login failed, so we're going to change this to error. Change this to the structure. I'm going to send this to field to login. Let me just console this error. And finally we're going to set is loading to false. I think we are done with this. So let's go all the way to the button and let's set this. So let me put this here. So let's enable this. And let me put it is loading. So let me put it loading. And this. Let's import this spinner. So that's it for the login form. So let me quickly do the sign up form and then we can test this out. For the sign up form, we don't have any server action, so we're going to quickly create an endpoint for this for us to be able to sign up and be able to log in. So let's go to API. Below this, let's create the register folder here. So inside Auth, no, not inside Auth, inside API register. So now we're going to create a file called routes.cx. So this is going to be a post. So let me close this and I'm going to say async function post, and we're going to get a request. Then we're going to open this. And next, let's use try and catch error. Inside the try and catch, let's do constant body. Constant body is equals to await request .json. So now I want to pass the body inside our validation. So I'm going to call this sign up. So sign up schema .ps async. And let's pass our body inside. So let's quickly create this inside the validation, auth validation, and you can just do this. You can copy the sign, and let's just paste it here, and let me replace this with the sign up. And in the sign up, we're going to pass in the. So let me go over to sign up. Yeah, so I want to pass in the name, the name, email, username. So let's just quickly do this. Let me import this. So now let's put in name. So name is in string. Name is string. I'm going to give it a minimum of 1 or 3. Name is required. Username. Username is going to be string. You're going to give it a minimum of so let's say a minimum of 3 characters. So the next one we're going to give is password. Like, what's the password? I'm going to give it a minimum of let me give it 6 characters or 5 or 4. Then let's pass in date of birth. So let's pass in. We're going to add the refine we use in the sign up. So that's refine. So let me just quickly go to the registration form and just copy that once and for all. So it's just, let's copy this here. Now let's just copy the refine and its message. Come back to us. And let's paste this. Yes, sir. So I just say invalidate formats. So we are done with this. Let's go back to our API. Auth register. So let's structure this. Name, email, username. So username, let's just get everything out. Password and date of birth. Great. So now let's check if the username, the email exists. So just check const is user exists. So we're going to find for the user using Auth, Prisma dots. So let's import Prisma from our lib folder dots user dots find unique, open up parentheses and check where email is email. So we're going to do if exists, if exists. So we're going to check for email if user email exists and if user email username exists. So email exists. We're going to say we're going to throw this. So throw, or you can even use next response. So let's do the return next response, or let's just use the throw instead. Throw new error. Let's just say email already exists. Then we can check for the username. So let's check for the username, and let's see. Username, okay, already taken. So once that is done, let's hash our password and let's create our. Let's put constant hash password is equals to await bcrypt. Bcrypt dots. We are going to use the hash. We're going to pass password. Going to pass 12. And once we are done with the let's now create our user. User is equals to await prisma.user.create, and let's pass in data. Let's pass data, then pass in name, pass in email, pass in username, pass in date of birth. So our date of birth, we're going to pass this. So let's come up here and let's do that. Constant PS dates of birth. So new date. So let me just set this to this, and our hash password to hash password. And then once we are done, let's return a response. So let's do that below this. Let's say return nice response. Going to say .json. Let's import this from next server.json message. Our message restriction. Registration successful. And we're going to say status success data user. Or we can leave this. Let's just remove this user. And now we're going to just set our status to 201. Let's copy this. Error 500. So let's save that and think we're done. Okay, we didn't check. Let's put this here. So now let's go ahead and use the same points in our registration and submit. So go to where do we have the registration model? So yeah, we're going to use that. So we're going to install Axios. I'm going to make use Axios to endpoint. So just open your terminal and let's install Axios. npm install Axios and it should install it. So let's wait for some while and it should get that installed. While that is going through, let's use a try and cache it again. And let's set our loading state up here. Let me just copy and paste this and set is loading. And set is loading. So we're going to say set is loading to true. So this is the let's close this. Awaited as post. Let's post. So let's import this. It's not right for reason is not showing as used. Yeah. So we're going to post this. I'm going to use this base underscore URL slash API slash register. So let's go into our lib folder and let's create a file called base slash URL.tx. Sorry, cx. So inside there, we're going to put in exports. Let's just close exports. For instance, base underscore URL. So let me go and complete this. So I'm going to say base URL process.env dot next. I think we have it in our env file. Okay, that means we need to put it here. Let me put it here. Next underscore public underscore base URL. I'm going to put our local host. Our server is running on local host 3000. No slash at the front, just like this here. And let me just bring this inside. Let me just scroll inside. Let's go into our base URL in lib, and let's just pass this. So nice. So inside our model, let's just import this. So the next thing we are going to do is we are going to pass in our data into the endpoint. So let's pass the email. Email is going to be valid email. Password. It's going to be valid password. We have name, valid as name, username. We have valid username, and we have date of birth. Valid database, yes. So once that is successful, password. Okay. Once that's successful, we want to reset the form. Then we're going to create posts. So then we're going to the login folder. So let's do it inside here. Posts is equals to so remember this posts and let me pass in title. Success. I'm going to pass in the description. Okay, those are successful. Then variants. I don't think we need any variants here since default is supposed to be default. So now let's set for the field one. If there's any error, we just pass in error here. So we set this variant to destructive. And let's just console log the error. And now let's finally set is loading to false. So let's pass this. And before we do that, let's come down here and let's put handle close. So handle close is a function, I think it's below here, to close the model. So for its loading, let's go down and let's just enable this, set it to its loading. set it to it's loading, and let me just open this in here and places, and let's just make sure to import this spinner. So we can also add it in all of these places. So let's just leave it there. So I'll save that, and I think we should try it. We should run our server now. Run dev. npm run dev. So I think the server is running. So before we go ahead, let's do a check to see in each layout if we are logging, we should be redirected to the home page, and if we're not logging, we should be redirected back to the login page. So inside the layouts, I'm going to, since we have done our OAuth, we can do a validation, a check, not like a validation check, a check. So this, I'm going to change this to, let me change this to async. So I'm going to say function. I'm going to remove this, going to export this, and I'm going to change this to async. So this is server side. So I'm going to use our section from the server side, section await auth. So let's import auth. So this is auth can only be used on the server side, it can't be used on the client side. So to use the client side, we're going to wrap the entire project with the next session provider. So I'm going to do that so I can show you the client side of this to get the session and the details from the session on the client side. So I'm going to just use this to just check if session exists, that user return redirect to home. So I'm going to do that too on the dashboard side. Let me open dashboard and routes, layouts. Let's also convert this to function. Remove this. You can leave it like this if you prefer. I just want to do it like this. I'm going to set this to async. So next time, let me just click copy this. So let's import that. Sorry. And once you import that, let's import the redirect from next navigation. And I would say it's in back. If not, let's redirect this to the home page. Great. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to console this session, and you should know that we are logging when we try it out. So console does login session. So inside here, I'm just going to just say div sidebar and then class. I'm going to leave it. Okay, so let's try running ourselves. So on the browser side, let's come back to localhost 3000 and let's try it out. So it should be loading. Let's look our server. This is complaining, getting error. No matching the script secrets. So I think this is coming from our JSON inside the auth.ts. Return user session secrets. So the server is running now. Let's just try and use our Google. So let me try and create an account first. Then I'm going to let me just use let me use this account. So let me just put this here. And let me put a name. I'll just put name Emmanuel. So we don't have the username. We need to create the component for the username. So also try and see if the username also, because this is not going to work. It's going to throw an error that username needs to be provided. So let's just close this and let's try with Google. Then we can come back and or let's better still go and work on the username before testing it out. So let's go and work on the username. I will just come to my listing here. And so inside the component, I'm going to create a folder called check username. And let's put index. Let's see X. And let's run this. LCE check username. Yeah. So inside here, we're going to be using this check username inside a form. Inside a form. Not form. The form, and that form provider inside registration. If we go to register model, we have form provider. So it's going to be inside this form provider. We are going to make use of this form context. You use form inside it to get the information and also throw the error. I'm going to just go back to the newly created component. So just come down to where we have check name inside here, and now let's start creating all this. So I'm going to bring in, first of all, let's create a list where we're going to check if it's available. We're going to set is available. We're going to say React user use state. We're going to change this to Boolean or no. Boolean or no. Yes, we are going to also do suggestions. Set suggestion. This is going to be a string of lists. So there's going to be an empty list. And now we are going to get register Plus watch set error set value and clear error. I mean, we're going to get it from the use from context. So this will always work from React. So this is only going to work if it's inside the form provider. So make sure notice that we're going to get as when it is not a form provider. So now I want to be able to watch the username. So I'm going to just say constant username is equals to watch open ample username. So great. So now we are going to be searching for the name, and I don't want to, when searching, it should be calling the endpoint multiple times. So we're going to use a function. We're going to just call this the bounce. It's going to be a hook. We're going to create a hook in a second. Username is going to be equals to use the bounce username. I'm going to put the time, the delay, and let's just save here. So let's quickly create this hook. Come down to your hooks folder, and let's just put this .tx. Sure, in fact, it's going to be a very simple function. So I'm just going to export function use. Let's paste the name here, use, and let's just paste. Going to pass the value. We're going to set the value t, the delay. Delay is going to be equal to number, and we're going to just say this is going to give us t. Let's open the function. Let's open this function here. So what we're going to do, we're going to create a state. We'll call it the bounce. Sorry, NCED. The bounce value that sets the bounce. Set the bounce value. Use state. Value. So let's use effects. Or constant handler equals to set timeout. Set timeout. Open it. Set the bounce value to value. We're going to close this. I'm going to set this with delay. So let's also put the value here. That's delay. And now let's return the bounce value. But yeah, let's come down here and let's return clear timeouts. So we're done with this. So let's go back inside and let's import this from our user. Let's bring it down. So we're done with that. So what we are going to do here is we are going to write our function to check that so far. So let's just come down here and let's create constants check user name availability. So this is really going to be async. Yeah. So we'll come back to that. So let's just quickly create the UI. Last name we're going to put wasteful. Relative. This is actually going to be the same thing with the username, with the input here. We'll get this. Come back here and we'll just paste this here. So this is going to be enter username. Make sure to import this. Oh, make sure to import that. And let's use, instead of let's use register username. So this is here. So now we're going to create our loading. We're going to create our we're going to create loader and validation icon. So I'm going to div. So before we create that, let's add our state. It's loading. So let's go back here because we're going to make use of it. It's the class name. I'm going to say to absolute right 3 top. Let's put 5 top. And inside here, we are going to do a check if it's loading. We are going to use spinner class name. Let's pay 500. Size small. Let's close that. Make sure to import your spinner. Then we're going to do else is if available is equals to true. We are going to use a checkbox, a check circle. We're going to import that from Lucy React. And this one is going to have a class name of this screen 500. And this one is going to have a size of 20. So now we're going to hit then is available false. We are going to use X cycle from Lucy React. Class name Third, red 500, size 20, and let's close this. Then the last one is going to reset it to no. So great. So now we're going to create the UI to show this suggestion username. So I'm going to say is available is equals to false and suggestions dot length is greater than 0. Let's use the so let's open this. So we're going to create a div. This is going to have a p tag. But inside here, let's put a class name m3 to text small. Okay, so here we're going to say suggestion. Let's put class name and then we'll say mb1. Going to suggestion. Suggestion. Then we're going to use the list elements as the class name flex first row tab array first wrap ml1 pixel. Then we're going to have text space and text primary. So now let's use suggestion dot map is going to be a roll of button G suggestion and this is going to be suggestion. So now I'm going to do on click handle suggestion click. We're going to pass the suggestion here and that is it. So let's create this handler here. Come down here and let's have a constant handle and let's put we're going to pass suggestion a string as a set value. Going to set username. Then we're going to clear the errors. So great. We are done with this. So now let's work on our check username availability function now. I think it's not to work on it. So we're going to use an endpoint for this. We're going to go ahead and use the endpoint. But before we do that, let's just use the try and cache. So inside here, we're going to say constant constant response is equals to await fetch base URL and API slash spec username. I'm going to pass in as a param as a query. I pass the username. Yeah. So instead we're going to get the data is equals to await the response.json. So let's just move this down here. Now I'm going to set the is available to data that is available. Set suggestion to empty. Then it's clear username. So now we're going to say if data is not data is available. So we're going to generate username using based on the name that is being provided. So we're going to generate username based on the generate for alternative username based on the full name. So I'm going to say constant generate generated suggestion this is going to be equals to array of 4 the fill. We're going to fill it first with null, and we're going to map. We're going to call our generate base username. Let's pass the username. Okay. Let's just place base username, and then we're going to say okay. Set suggestions generate suggestions. Let me just go inside here and let me just put this to optional. So okay. Now we should see set suggestion is this, and I think this is fine. Then we're going to set error username message, because if it's not available, that means if it's not available that is being used, we'll say username is already taken. So if there's an error, let's just console error, console log error, and we are check the show error checking username. And let's do finally set is loading first. So once we are done with that, now we are going to use a use effect. So pass every once we type, just pass it inside. So we check if the bounce username, if it's there, let's check our ability and let's pass the bounce username. Let's just pass this here. Let's pass here username string. Make sure you pass username inside the function. So everything is working fine. Now let's go over to our API and let's create an API for the check username. So I'm going to go inside here and let's go to API. Let's create a folder, check username, and let's just create a file called routes.js. So this is going to, we're going to use a get request. So let's export async function get request. So request some requests, and we're going to just open that function. Yeah. So now we're going to say search params because we're passing this as a query. Yeah. We're going to search params is equals to new URL request URL request dot URL constant the username is equals to search param dot get username. So we'll check if not username. We are going to return next response dot JSON message username is required. Then we're going to pass in the status 400. So that's it. Let me just put our package here. Let's grab this inside here. So now let's do our try and catch. We're going to say constant user with the Prisma exported from lib folder dot username the user dot find unique where username exists. Where username is username. Then I just want to just select. Also, I'm going to use, so let me just select ID true and the username to true. So it's very simple. So what we're going to do now is just we're going to check if not username, if not user, we'll just set return next response available to That means it does not exist. So say available is true. So that that username is available. What it means is that the username is not taken. But rather, let's return available first. So that means if we can bypass this, that means username exists. So return and let's console this and see console.log checking username availability, passing the error, then we'll say something much from 500. I think we are done with this. Oh, request. So we are done with this. And we are also done with the check username. So now we are going to just take this. We're not going to do anything. Just go into the register form. And now let's go down to where we have username and let's uncomment this out. And now let's import this. So great. Now let's try and log in. Let's try and log in. No, let's try and create an account and see that this. So my server is running. I'll close this. Let's create an account. Or if you see username. So let's try and use something that is not being used. It would be care. It didn't show this here. So let's go and check what is the problem with this. It should have shown it's loading here. Let me refresh this now and let's see. So let me see. Well, something's wrong. $500 error. Okay. So let's go back to database and let's see the puller didn't work. Let me just comment this one and let's use this instead. Okay. I want to increase the database. I also want to try and see. But the loader didn't show. That is the problem. Let me check this. Let me try and put through here and see if this thing works. So let me increase the spinner here. It's large and see it's not showing properly. Okay, it's showing properly now. Yeah. So this I can just remove this and just say size 20 picture. Let me see. So Yeah. And if loading, it should be the MP field should be disabled, so we don't type inside. Let me put it is loading. So this is disabled. Yes. So let me set this back to false. What I did here is just to set. I was not seeing the this thing. Let me set it to 700. 600. So I was not seeing the spinner, so I had to just set the top to reduce the top and the size. So let's type and let's see. Hopefully it should come. Will be yes. I'm going to expect here and see. Oh, we forgot to set is loading to true. Okay, so I've been able to fix the issue with the database. Prisma having issue with the database, not so I tried to run it to keep say Prisma keeps saying database can be reached, Polar or whatever. So I found a document on Neon where we're having the issue. Mention the issue here, so say database can be reached, and so they advised us to what I did here was come down to your Prisma schema file before you come out to your Prisma schema file. So what I did here is the database URL, the one with Polar is what we are going to set as database URL. So in your Prisma, your Neon MDB. So I'll just load this. Let me load this and let's come up. You will see the one that has the direct URL is the one um, without the Polar actually. So let me go back. Okay, let me select my projects. Let's go to so this are your string. So if you show the password here, once if you didn't check this, so this is going to be your direct um database URL, direct database URL. So this is going to be your direct database URL, the one without Pula, the one that doesn't have a pull connection. So the one with pull connection, once you check this, it will show Pula there. So when you copy that, make sure to add EG bouncer through and just increase the timer to 10. So I also removed the SSL mode I was checking because maybe it's requiring um, SSL and maybe HTTPS to access it, but I had to remove it and it works. So just remove that from it. So remember, just set the pulled one to the database URL and the one without the pull to direct database URL. And once you've done that, go to your schema and let's set database direct URL env direct database URL. So if you have this issue, I'm going to drop the document here, the link to this blog from Neon, reason why we are having this issue if you're encountering that issue. So that is it. So I'm going to go ahead and let's test our username. So once I test a name Republican and it shows that the data is available, we'll username is available. So Bill is available. So let's create a new username and let's see how we're going to test it. So let me create a new account. So I'm going to use let me just bring in anyone here. Let me see. .com. So minimize of us us. So let me just pick so that's my username and it's loading. So successful. Let me pick a date here. Let me just pick. Let me just say anything here. Let me just put the password. $password. So once I do, let me just close this. Let me create here. So I'm going to click on create. So let me zoom this thing out so that I can be able to see this. So I think it's trying. There's an error. Let me try and check what is it. Hopefully it's not a database problem. It's saying API 500 error. Let's check our let's check here. And let me close this and let me see. Post. Yeah. So I'm supposed to console the error. Let me try it and see what the error was. I'm going to click on it. It's telling me internal server error. So let's go into our endpoints and let's see what the problem is inside the register routes, and let me console here and see what the error was. I don't even think we should even check username here. Oh, I can just use that. Sorry. So let's try it again. I've consoled the error here. Let me try it again. So it's saying invalid string, password is required. Password is required. Let me see. Let me go inside the sign up. Okay. String name, username, email, password. So let me save that. Let me try this again. It's telling me cannot find password. Let me see. Password in big groups. Go inside the registration model and let me see what I'm passing. Oh, Siri, I made a mistake. So my password is not correct. So this is where I made a mistake. So let me, if it's not getting the latest update, let me just reload the browser. So let's create the account again. Let me inspect. Everything's working fine. So let me paste the email. and put in a juggler. Username should work. Okay, let's select our database and let's put our password 3. Hopefully everything should work fine. Okay, the password is coming up properly, and wow, we've created our account successfully. We can see the toast here. So let's see the username in action. So I'm going to put the username I've already used. So I'm going to write Zoglas, which I've used, and hopefully let's see what you see. You can see it's saying but why is it picking Z, not the full name? Zoglas. So let's check this. It's supposed to pick everything from the form, user form. Let's close this. No. Check the username. Console is the console. Switching Zoglas, but I don't know why this is again. So let me get this from here. And let's see why this is saying. Let me cancel these two and see. Zoglas. So that means we're having issue with the base username suggestion. So looking why. Okay. I didn't put space here. Space here. So let's try it again. Yeah, it's correct now. So it's because I didn't put space here, that is why it was picking the first character instead of finding for the entire space. So now we can see the suggestion name. If I pick Zoga Z and this one and it should be successful, then our suggestion will disappear. Great, so that is beautiful. So now let's let's try and log in with the account we've created, and let's try logging in with our Google and see how it's work. Let me log in. Let's click on it and it should load. So it's loading here. Yeah. We've not updated this. We've not updated Google. Let's go to the social media, social login, and let's update this. Let's set action on submit. No, is it on submit? No, not answering action. We're going to say to do social. I don't know whether we exported this, so let's go into the action and let's export this. Yeah. We exported this and do social login. So let's go inside and let's paste this inside here. Paste this and let's try it now. So let me refresh, and hopefully everything should work. So let me use Google. Sign in with Google. We can see we already redirected to Google. Beautiful. So let me pick a different username, a different email here. So we select one of these emails that are here. So it has successfully. And if you look at our response, we should see the account, the name, swap, email, and the image of the person. So the picture, other information. So if this is home page. So now let's inspect this and see say home not found. Yes, home is not found. So let's create the home page. Let's create the home page inside here. Let's create home. So let's create some inside the route. No, it's a folder home, and this should be page.tx. So let me just RAFCE page. Let's call it home. Then I'm going to use fragments. So now you should see the sidebar and the home bar. So let's also add in the use. We can also get a session from here. Let's get a session. Let's get a session. Await does Auth, and let me convert this to async. And now let's console this. And let's check here. You should see it here. You should see the generated username. So this is making sense. So in order to get this in the client side, not for us to see it in the client side, you can also use the use section. So but to use the use section, you need to wrap the entire browser with it. But this is just coming from the server side. It's not coming from the client side. And if I let me do username, and you should see that the username was generated. And let me save that. You should see a username was generated for me once I use Google sign in. Great. So now let's move on to the layout structure for our application on the home page and other pages of the project. So let's move on to the layout. So let's work on the layouts. So we are going to go into the main content layout. Let me come over here and let's click on layouts. So inside the dashboard, let's click on layouts, and here we're going to have the sidebar and the right bar. So what we're going to do, let me remove all these. So let's add a class here. Class name, page screen. We're going to have a div. So this is going to be called container with the height of full, maximum of auto, mx auto. I'm going to have xl on large extra large screen, we having padding X left and right 30 and maximum which will maximum be to 7x wait so we're going to have a different div again. So this div is going to have a class name of flex item starts specify center and then h4 for inside here we're going to go into it. I'm going to create a different div again. So this div is going to hold here it's we're going to have our sidebar here, sidebar. Let's just comment this out. Let's put this inside here. So we're going to have a class name and it's going to be shrink to 0 flex. I want it to 0.15 on last screen. I wanted to have flex 0.28. Then I'm going to show that relative. So good. So now let's close this and let's have this here. This div. So inside this div, we're going to have a different div. We should take our class name of flex row height screen flex one up 0 and then on light screen we have gap 8. So the sidebar has moved to the left. Now we'll have the main contents. Let's put the main, and inside its main we'll have a div and that's where we'll pass the children. So the main is going to have a class of a bg black background. We're going to have light screen maximum width 600 pixel. We're going to have relative and h4. So h4 flex. So it's going to have flex one. Yeah. We're still going to have flex and large screen. We're going to have flex 0.09 0.95. So this is so yeah we're going to also have HR first name of width 1 pixel fix a screen flex 1 gap 0 and we have the large gap. Let's remove this. So it's going to have fixed and we're going to give it a background color. It's then dark mode on that screen. We're going to have a background color of RGB 47, 51, 54. So if you see the line beside it, likewise we're going to have the one for the right side. So I'm going to copy this and let's place this here. So I'm going to try to modify this so that it will fit well. So I'm going to just say fix. I'm going to just say right 0, and I'm going to say on last screen I'm going to do calculate. Why is this right? Calculate 100%. Not sure 1%. And let's copy it. Top 0 and background and let it. So the minimum one we're going to do here is the right side. For the right side, but so put a if. Let's have a class and we are hidden on mobile screen and large flex shrink 0. We're going to have relative and then let me put relative here. I'm going to have hide screen. So here we're going to have the left sidebar, UI sidebar, right bar. So let's comment that out. So we are done with our layout. So let's work on the sidebar. So to work on the sidebar, let's go ahead and create a file inside the component folder inside the so let's come down here. Let me open this, copy this, and then make sure we put this here. So make on this side. So let's copy this, go inside here, and inside this component, let's create a file called sidebar.txt. So let's open this. Let's run our RFC and then so inside here we're going to first of all we're going to go inside. Let me close this out. So I'm going to constant menu list underscore list is equals to, so I'm going to have a main type of menu type going to be a list. Save that. So let's open the interface here. So the interface is going to have menu type. We're going to have label to string, to hrn to string, but this is going to be optional. We're going to have icon optional, which is going to be Lucy icon. alert string result. So that's the result for that. So inside here, we're going to come down inside the list and let's put in. So our first label is going to be home. Oh, sorry, it should be an array. HFB/home, and the icon will be home. So let's import home icon from those areas. Yeah. So let me copy this. Let's paste it below this. Below this. Let's paste it here. Let's change it to search. Search. And the icon should be search. Paste the other one here. Oh, sorry. Let me copy this. And let's change this one to notification. Notifications. And we're going to call this bell. And there we are going to use the alert inside here, and let's change this to false. Let's change to true first. Also, this one should be boolean. So I'm going to paste this here. So here we're going to say premium is going to be as premium. And we are going to remove the icon. We're not going to pass an icon for it. Instead, we're going to use the logo. So let me paste a different one. So here we're going to have profile. Profile. So this is going to be so let me just go and put the bad text. So for now, I'm just going to, this is supposed to be a unique username, but I'm going to change that later. Let me just set this to user icon. And the last but not the least, there's a settings. Settings. And settings. Great. So now let's quickly create let's quickly create the app, the content. So inside this, I'm going to put in beautiful. So let's call this aside. So let's open this. Let's put in class name, beautiful, fix, hit screen, PR0. While on last screen, PR06, overflow, why auto overflow hidden, yes, hidden. So now let's create a div again. It's going to be class name, flex, let's colon, height full, height 100%, items and item stats. So inside it, let's create a different div again. Let's put a class name here. So inside this class name, we're going to put space y, space y0, height full, Then we're going to put background gray. I'm going to put flex. So flex column justify between. Yeah, I want them with auto. And on last screen, I want to give it a width of 230 pixels. So let me break this down. So 30 pixels. So now we're going to create a wrapper which we're going to use for our. I'm going to add our logo. So let me just put width div flex one, and inside here I'm going to put a div. This div is going to house our logo. So let me import our logo from our component. I should see the logo appear there. So before we continue, let me just replace. Let me go and import this inside the layout. Let's import this from the layout. Let's remove this one. So go back into the sidebar and you see that most of what we're doing is reflecting here. So yeah, the logo is too big, so we're going to try to reduce it. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to put a class. I'm going to put my2 pt1 and px4. So the logo is going to have a class name of a pattern of h8 and then a pattern of width 8. So we're going to have cursor pointer. Here we're going to have width of auto, height of auto. On click. So on click, we're going to let's import use router equals to use router from next navigation. So make sure to import that. Let me import it here. Let me move for this up here. Let's see that. Let me also tag this as use clients. So you're going to use router dot push. Boom. So this should work properly. So now we're going to list our items. So below the div, we're going to use our menu list dot map item is going to return a component called sidebar item. So inside sidebar item, we're going to pass some key which is going to be item dot href then let me copy and paste and change this to href. So we're going to say label label is equals to item.label. Then for the icon, we're going to have icon is equals to item.icon, and alert is equals to item.alert here. So below this, we're going to create a separate div. This div is going to, we're going to create a separate button for this. We're going to call this as grateful and BC4. So here is going to have some of our buttons. So let's create this item first. So come inside here, inside this component, and let's create a separate folder. So I'm going to call that common. I'm going to paste this inside. And let's run LLCE. And let's import it. Right. So inside the sidebar, I made a mistake. This is sidebar, not slider bar. Let me rename the name. Let's import it. So let's add in our interface. So this is going to let me bring it here. Interface, prop type, label, question mark, string. So question mark, string, href, import Lucy React. So we have alert, we have user info, the profile URL, and the let's change this to username and name. So this is optional. So we have an on click, and let's add this here. So I'm going to just put this yes.fc. fc, and let's open this. So let's open this and let's import everything. So we're going to bring in the user info, username, and I'm going to set icon here to this icon. This we're going to use it as a component here. And the alert. And now let's scroll down. Let's create let's come down here and let's import router is equals to use router. Make sure to import it from navigation. Let me import it again. We're going to have function handle click from use callback. So before we go, let's just tag this as use client. Let's come down here and let's import this from navigation. So inside here, we're going to, inside the handle click, we're going to do if on click Click this. So for if ref router dot push ref. So let's name this. We're going to put router on click, and the last one is going to be the href. So this is going to handle the model for them. So I'm going to just instance handle open model, which we are going to do later on. So let's just use effects, and then let's say use if I use callback, and let's just do if href is not equals to premium down. So you are going to call our open model later on. So we're going to call our open model inside here. So let me just put it inside the open model. Let me just comment that out. We're going to call it later on inside. So let's go and create our div. So inside here, let's add a row of button. Then unclick to handle click. And now let's put in our class name. Class name is going to be flex with full fresh row item center. So inside here, we're going to have a div, class name, relative. We're going to have rounded full, height 14, width 14, flex, item center, justify center, P3 over BG 300 over PG opacity. So let me remove this one. Let me change it to be 10. Yeah. And put sub pointer. Yeah, I want this will be the responsive side of the sidebar. So I'm going to set this to hidden when on live screen. So that is it. So now what we're going to do inside here now is we're going to first of all check if is user if user and user info is user and user info. So now we want to check if user info is what is being passed. We're going to use the avatar. So I'm going to use avatar, open that avatar image. make sure to import this from Redux. Make sure to import that from our component. Yes. So let me read this and let me just. So this should be self-closing tab. And let's do source src. And let's put this user info dot profile image. Then class name, object, profile. Then fallback, avatar fallback. It's going to be class name, bunch of user info name, font board, text 18 pixel. Else, let's open fragments. We're going to do a check. So href is equals to premium So I'm going to just do if so I'm going to show our logo as the icon. So I'm going to say pro button. Example class name is going to be I don't think we need any class name for this. It's just an on-click, and that will be later. So this is going to just go to it's going to be an on-click later. So let's put a logo, our logo, and let's put width. I'm going to set this to 28 pixel. We're going to say height to 28. So now for the icon, we need to check if the icon is available first. Icon. Remember we changed this from this. We set this icon to this icon. So I'm going to check. So this is going to be icon. So this is a loose reader icon. So I'm going to put size 28. I'm going to have class name. Class name. Class name is going to just very simple something. Text. You're going to have 1417. Then let's put the text on dark screen. I want this in text white. So let me just copy this and just paste it here. And let me change this to alerts. So if alerts, I want to use dots. I'm going to set size to 70. So I'm going to just press import that from Lucy React, and now I'm going to just remove all this. And I'm going to set this to text primary absolute minus top 4 and left 0. So now we should see the sidebar showing here. This is showing here now. So the sidebar showing properly. If I zoom in, so this is going to show the home, the search, the notification, the premium, and the what do you call the settings. So this needs to even lap. So we need to make sure this lap properly. Or mobile view this in lap properly. Let's see. Okay. I think we need to reduce this, increase this when on mobile view. So let's go ahead and just complete the remaining part for the large screen. So let me close this. So after this div, let's just create a different div again. This will handle if on desktop view. Last name, I go to affiliative, hidden, hidden, large flex, tab 4, A3, UI3, widthful, rounded full, over, background, opacity of 10. So let me bring in Slay 300. So let me copy this layer and let's put it back inside here. Let me add it here. Let's go back again. Let's set this to sub pointer. Item center. So this is actually going to do and undo. Let me just remember, since I've blocked it if it's not premium, it's just going to return no MC. So now let's use the same thing we did here. Let's get this, copy this, come down here. Now I could just create a div first. And this div is going to have a class name. A class name of flex and flex also flex, flex row and widthful. Grab 3. Let's paste this inside here. Let's move this up. And let's take this inside here. And let me close this. Summarize it. So now close to it, we're going to add a div. This div is going to have here beside it. So inside here, after the avatar, we're going to have a div. And this div is going to is going to have flex row between, and we're going to create a different div again. This div is going to be close, class name, It's going to have flex one. I'm going to set text to left. And so here we're going to just have an H3 and P here. H3 and P. It's going to be name. It's going to be text system. Text color, dark text wire block, maximum with 152 trunk cases, front port and line height. This is the color for the P text 15 pixel block. This is it and trunk the username. And we're going to use, and then after closing this, we're going to just put a shrink and this, and let's import the ellipse from those areas. So great. So inside here, below this, inside the fragments, we're going to have the same thing we have here. Let me just get this, get the icon, and I put it inside here. So I'm going to just remove for this one. I'm going to change this to 24. 24. An icon. We are going to check the icon 24 too. And we're going to now set the span. This is going to take our label here. So before that, let's copy the last one. The dots. Let's copy this one and let's come down here. Let's so this is going to be top 5. And we're going to have minus less and less 0. Left 1. Yes. So this one's going to have size 70 and everything's correct. So this one we're going to just pass in the label. So I'm going to have class name, hidden, child block, text. Let's get this here. I'm going to have text, Excel. So we are done with the side item. I think the only thing left is we still need to come back when we are trying to open the model for the premium. So let's just save this, go back to the sidebar. So now add let's add a button here. So I'm going to just have div button. For that, I'm going to have posts. Well, let's just have div here. I'm going to check this. I'm going to also have 2 buttons. One is going to have a feather icon. I'm going to see that. I'm going to just like this. Size 24. I'm going to have color white. And this is going to have variant, brand primary, This one also has size icon. So class name. So we're going to have margin top 6, large, hidden, rounded full, L1, height is 14, width is 14, A4, flex, item center, justify center, and we're going to have over AK opacity. So 80, let's use 80. Transition, user pointer. Reaction subpointer donated. Let me just copy this solution for you. So the try you want to go on the side. Last name, A4, hidden, head block, 84, divided by 2. Right, go to dash right, before pointer, first one, icon, semi board, X, 20 pixel. And if you look at our design, we should see, let me close this, you should see our design here. So let me reduce the height. I think the height is too much. There's a 3. Zero. Yeah, so this is fine. So this is it. I think this is not showing. Let's go inside there. Maybe 100. So okay, so the last one we're going to do now is we're going to show the user profile image, and just the same way we did it in what we did inside this side item. So just copy this. We are going to just come down to where we have. So just come down here. Let me close this. Now let me just paste this here. I'm going to just remove key, remove this, remove icon, remove this, and let's just set this user flow. Yeah, user info. Let me just username. Let me just say my pick. Name. Like, so outside this, we should see my name showing here. So I think I made a mistake here. I think we need to remove this from inside this div. Cut this. Now I'm going to put it after here. I'm going to just say, so let's put div. Let's put this inside. So inside here, we're going to just say class shrink, flex shrink, shrink. Let's see that. Now let's see whether it will work fine. Okay, yeah. So this is showing the name. So now, but I want this to have to be a drop down one, a drop down menu that I can click to log out. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to drop down. Since we've installed this, we're going to just import the drop down menu from the components. Just drop down menu. Oh shit. So let's close that. Then we're going to have drop down menu trigger. Don't import from Lucy React. Don't import from Reddit. Yeah, so I'm going to move this inside here. Because it's a button, what I'm going to do here is going to set it. I'm going to give it a class. I'm going to say outline. None. It's okay. So I'm going to just set drop down content. So inside the content is just a simple button which I'm going to do. So I'm going to just set drop down menu item. So because this is a button, can be announced. So I'm just going to say this as a child because since you also give yourself, so I'm going to say this as a child. And now let me just put this in my check. So the fetch name is we're going to get that from our current user login. So I'm going to create a function. I'm going to create an endpoint for that. I think we are done with this sidebar. Just we check this loading state. So once it's loading, so what I'm going to do, I'm just going to come here, load this, I'm going to click constant, loading equals to false, and I'm going to just come down here and I'm not going to show this drop down, so I'm going to just say it's loading and spinner size large. So I'm going to just drag this drop down inside. Oh shit. So just push it inside there. Not there. I'm coming. Yeah, got it right. So we can see it here. So if I set this or not, we should see the loading here. Let me just set this justify X center. Then we'll let me just call it flex. right here, center. It's not aligning to this center. So we're going to leave it like this. So now we're going to work on the current user endpoints and to get the information so we can be able to log out and log in. So what I'm going to do here, before I do that, we're going to also add, since we have done our action for cyber action for logout, so let's just incorporate it here. So I'm just going to make this not, I'm going to just come down here where we have this. I'm going to just set this to form, passing a button inside. This is a type submit button, so I'm going to create an action. I'm going to say do logout. Oh, let's get this from the action. Do logout. So just import that from Auth action. So I'll report that. Uh, Now, if you click on this, you should see this. So I'm just going to put the information. So let me just log out. And you can see that I'm on the login screen. I can log in with email. I can log in with my email. Let me see. I should see. Let's our sign. If our sign is working, go to login. Let me see what is the problem. Let me see. Okay, wrong credential. Backward. Why is it showing error? So, okay, I think this email is wrong. Sorry to say email is wrong. I think I need to go and handle that one. Let me submit it again. It should work, it will work. So I think the problem is coming from this our auth.tx. We are not checking. It is not found. I'm checking this. Okay. Oh. It's coming from this. If you comment this out. So I'm going to comment this out. This is just 2500. I just want to display trace from credential instead. Let me log out. We're going to remove that cyber. Okay. Yes. Oh, let me just place it on. Yeah. So let's try it again. I want to try with the wrong password. Email. Let me sign in. let's say trying the same error. Just revert it back to normal. Okay. So let me just use malogin to log in. And let's press enter. You should be able to log in. Yeah, successful. So that's so beautiful. Mm. I want to add loading to this. Let me see. Loading .tx .se. So let's go ahead and look at the current user. So before we go ahead and look at the current user, let's look at the preview in live screen. So I'm going to preview it, and we can see in live screen it's looking below. But if it's on mobile view, it collapse and hide lots of all this stuff. So I'm going to just get a current user, put an endpoint with the current user so we can be able to see it. I don't want to use the session. I'm going to show you guys how to get the data from the session, but I want to use the current user to keep updating to get other information for the user. So let's go over to the code and then let's work on that. So inside the code, we're going to go, let's close all this, and let's create a folder called context. Let's create a folder called context, and so inside the context, we're going to create a two file. So I want to show you guys how to do session providers. We get session from the client side. We're going to first of all we want to get the current user. So I'm just going to create a file as a current user provider. So that is how it's going. We're going to name it. But you just say, let me rename this. Say current user, current. Because I want this to be available once I call the endpoint. I want this to be available all over the whole app. I want the user file, the user data to be available, and I can also update it if I make any changes and it will refresh the endpoint to give me the latest data. So that is the reason I don't want to use session, because session will change once I log in, log out. So current user provider. So yes. And the other one is session provider. So this session provider is for the client side of this session. So you can even see it in NextAuth. If you come to NextAuth, let me come Reactjs NextAuth. You can see it here. We scroll up, if you see how they implemented this here. Here, what they did here is they're using the old Next.js. So I think we're not going to use it. So to do that, we're going to just simply let's just copy this. We're going to modify it and paste it there. Copy it and paste it there. Body, and we're going to change this from app. We're going to use this one to solution providers. Session providers, and here we're going to pass in children. Right from English. And actually we're going to put interface here. And make sure to label this as use client. And let me import this. I'm going to just put children here. So around this session here. Let's pass in the profs. Sorry, small letter. So now to use it, we are going to wrap it inside the layers component. So I'm going to also just go inside the body, the layout, the general layout. So inside app, I'm inside layouts, and I'm going to wrap everything here with it. So I'm just going to wrap everything here, just move everything here inside here. And if you just import it from our context, and you can now use it's just the same way you can use it here. If you see, this is the way to use it for the client side. So yeah, so let's move on. Let's just focus on the current user. So let's create the current user provider. So here I'm going to have a type. So I want the type. So once you know, okay, what will the current user contain? User type is going to have what's the type? It's going to be equals to. It's going to have data. No, not this. This is going to call a current user. That's user type. I want to update it. Let me just create this here. Okay. Well, let me just since we're going to use it, let's create another folder here. For the types, now I'm going to create a user type here. User type. Let's see this. So let me paste this here. Let me just go inside here. Let's copy this on this page inside the user type and then just pass ID. ID to number. Name, string, email. Thank you. So once I do that, I can just remove this one from there and it should reflect. So now it should reflect. So now we are going to define the contents. What would the contents be passed inside? So I'm going to just place this. The current context type is going to take in the current user, data, error, loading state, boolean. So this will be gotten from React query. So we're going to install React query so that we'll be able to use that. So I want to use React query for refreshing. So let me just cancel my server and let's install npm install. So Tanstack React query. So let's install this and let's continue. So yeah, we're going to just say instance current user context is equals to create context. So I'm going to set it, which is going to take the current context type, current user context type, or undefined. Then I'm going to pass in. So initial value is going to be undefined. Undefined. So let's import this from React. Great. So now we're going to now we've created the context. Let's create the provider. So expose constants, comments, current user provider is equals to React.sc. Oh, sorry. So the React query has been, so let me just close this out and children React node. Yeah, so that is. So we're going to just open this. So let me open this and let me just get the children. So let me change this one capital letter to small letter. So now this is going to start. So let's do constants data, constant data. Let's bring everything is fetching and refetch. So inside here, I'm going to just say use query. Use query. Make sure to import that from React query. So import this from this. So now this is going to be going to pass in the type to current. It's going to use the current user type here. So let me just pass that. So yeah. And now I'm going to just create. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to just open this and open the parentheses. I'm going to pass in a key. And this key is going to be known as Reactjs. So this key is what you can use to invalidate queries like an identity for this. I'm going to write the function, and now we need to write a function for this. So I'm going to put fetcher. We're going to create a function. So let me just put fetcher, and let's pass in our base URL. Base URL slash API dash current user. We're going to create the endpoints in the time. So and I'm going to come down here and let's put our state time. Let's set that to infinity. So this will avoid calling more times of calling the endpoints every time. So let's go and create this function inside our leaf folder. So inside the leaf folder, just come inside the leaf folder and then open a tab. And I'm sorry, let me close this here. No, not inside here. Inside the leaf folder. Yeah, TF. Inside the leaf folder, this will just be a simple function that we're going to use as is for its fetch constant fetcher is equals to the URL, which is going to be equals to string, and this is going to be alias get dot then. So let me import alias dot then. I'm going to get the response. I'm going to do the data. So now let's export the first fetcher. Great, so let's import this family folder fetcher here. So great, so this is how we're going to, now we're going to just export return back most of all this that we've added here. So let's set the return as a current user context. So let me set this into capital letter back. Current user context dot provider and let's set the value. The value is going to be an object of data, error, loading, fetching, and refetching. Then inside here, let's pass in the children. So that's it. So let's just create a simple hook that does, you can call in inside our components. So you say use. Sorry, let me create use current user context. Yeah, equals to. So we say inside the context is equals to use context. From that, we're going to pass it the current to pass the current user context. So we'll now check if there was no context. So if there's no context, I'm going to just quickly just throw and return the URL use context need to be within the current user provider. So before we go ahead, let's just quickly create this endpoint. I'm going to just go inside my root folder. Let's go into API. And inside API, let's create a folder called current user. So let's create a folder called current user. And let's create a file called root.ts. And inside there, we're going to just get the post request. No, let's change this into get. So let's change this into get. Not posting or getting. Thank you. Yeah. So inside here, we're going to do a try and catch. Now, how do we get the current user from? How do we know the user? We fetch the current particular user. So we can use the section, the server side session, await us import that from the leaf folder, and we've gotten it. So now, very simple. What can we do here? We should just check if the session has ID or username. So I'll just use ID, or you can use email, anyone. Or let me use email, and let me import this from next server. And if the person, so we check if the person does not have email, but yeah, if the person has email, let's fetch the person. So we're going to just do get Prisma to import find unique by the session user email, and let's remove this is verified. So I just want current user to give me this. I don't want to show the person the current user password, just ID, name, username, bio, email, and all of this data that I'm going to use following ID, notification, true, and the subscription plan. Yeah. So I'm going to show that then. Then once I fetch that, I'll just check let's say if so after all this, if not found, say user not found, just return. I guess it should return 400, yeah. 400 years. And else it should just return the current user, yeah. So if you fail, you'll say unable to fetch, or yeah, or you'll say unable to fetch, yeah. So next, fail to retrieve data error 400. Yeah. So that's basically it for the current user. So now we're going to go back inside the sidebar and let's update the remaining parts for the sidebar to show the current user that is logging. So we can have we can have all of the information to show to the current user. So let me go inside my sidebar. Or let me just search it here. Sidebar. So at the top of there, we're going to just call this. So let's come here. Let's bring this down. Let's fetch this, and now so this is a use clients here. So now we're going to just import the hook from current user client. So this is just simply inside here. If you go down here, this is what we're importing. We're importing the use client. Use current user context. So let's import that, and let me remove this loading because we have this. And now we are going to try to get the data. So let me just say inside here, you're going to just say, okay, fetch user is equal to the user type, data current user, and then so because we are returning current user here, so I'm just going to just get all this. So let me update the type. So the type should fit in all this. I'm just going to go, let me just update it. So it match all this user type. So this is going to just update everything. So this is going to be bio name, no, username, no, bio, string, no, yeah. Date of birth, date, email verification, let me remove is verify. So there, we need to be sure that all this matches with the Prisma schema for user. Okay, it's verify is here too. Yeah, so let me just leave it there. Make it optional. So now let's go into our current provider string error. Okay. Error. I'm gonna export this. And now everything should clear. So just you can also copy from the GitHub URL in the description to just quickly paste it here. So now let's just take this username and pass it inside here. So each person profile should have username. And now below the downside, we're going to just put in the user DB data here. So I'm just going to just quickly do that. So just come down here and let me just. So this is going to show the way. Let me just put name and name here. So I think that is all for the sidebar, the current user, and we're going to let me try and refresh and see that everything's working fine. Make sure to run the server. So if we run the server, let's make sure that everything's working fine. So we'll get the current user. So let me go and also clear any console that I did in the section in the layouts. Layouts. Oh yeah. Should I make any console here? Let me move this inside the Auth layout. I didn't console anything, so let's make sure we refresh this very well to see that everything was on. Oh yeah, we've not wrapped it. Yeah, we've not wrapped the context provider inside the layouts. That's why it's throwing this error. So we need to go into the layouts and add the context provider inside. So I'm just going to come here to my layout. Where do we have the context provider? And let's take this, go inside the layouts, and let's add this. No, I'm not going to add it inside the layout because the layout is also for the auth. I'm going to add it inside the dashboard layout. Let me just post everything here inside the dashboard layout because until when user is logged in, that's when I'll determine to fetch the current user. So inside here, let me just close this. I'm just going to go inside here. Let's wrap everything here. And let me just pass the provider here. So let me move this inside. And let's import this. I think it should stop now. I'll close. Oh yeah, these layouts need to be used clients. Oh no. So MS is not supposed to use a use client. Let me save it. Let me go inside the context itself and see if and yeah. I need to provide inside here. I need to provide use clients inside here. Yes. So let me just place this clients. Let's see that. So it's not most use clients here. This is a use client, but it's not most use opposite client in your about this. Let me save this. And I think the error should end. And let me close this. Oh, we need to really. We also forgot to add the use client query clients provider. We added the context. We forgot to add the provider for use query. So use query require providers to be wrapped in the application. And for the use query, we're going to add that inside the uh, main layout. Yeah. Inside the main layout, so where we add this section provider there. So inside here, I'm just going to use let me just move this inside. Let's import this. So before we import that, we need to create a file for it. So I'm just going to create a query provider for it here. So let's go down here and let's create a file because query provider plus tx x. So it's going to be simple. Let me just copy in the section. Will be okay. I'll copy the section, paste it here. I'm going to change that to query provider. Query provider and props is going to be children here. So here we're going to use the query client provider here. And inside here, let's do constants. Need to get a client. Query client is equals to new query client. Let's import that. So let me publish. Now let's import this too. And let's pass this inside the intro client. So that's it. Let's go back inside our layouts and let's import that. So guys, I really remember to add all these providers. No, not from there. No, don't import that. So I'm going to just go. Let me go back to my query clients. Query provider, and let me just query provider. And there's a query provider. And let me just import that from my context. Yes, that should fix the errors. Let's refresh and see everything was fine. Yeah, everything was fine. So this is a class. This is loading. Let's inspect to see that it's fetching, so it does fetch. And if I click on this, why is it getting my? It's not getting my own name. Let me see. The sidebar. Sidebar. Uh, inside the fetch user, let me go inside the clients, select the clients and see. Let me import it and see that. Let me console this and know that this my information is the correct one. So let me scroll up all the way up. Let me refresh this. Console that's log fetch user. So let me log in again. Okay, so manual is glass. Let me see. Okay. I think I know what happened here. I'm not using the right information here. So inside here, let me just get the name. Fetch name. Yeah, so that is it. So we should see the rename show here. Emmanuel Zola, so let me log out. Let me try it again. Just pull out, remove my name, put the dollar sign, Guess what? Let me sign in. Hopefully, let's see. Yeah, so everything's working fine. Everything's working fine. So I can get the all these ones are now. So let me remove this. So now let's work on the sidebar and also on the model, where the model once user try to sign in with Google, and Google does not provide us the birthday of the user, so we need to show a pop-up for them to be able to fill in their birthday information before they carry on the application. So let's get ahead and do that. So now we are going to work on the birthday model, like I said earlier on, before we work on the right sidebar. So the model provide the model, birthday model, or the and also the pro model also will be for the later on. But the birthday model is going to show once the user try to sign in with Google, so they can provide us their their birthday information. So what we're going to do here is click on this option and let's go to our components and create a folder. So I'm going to close this and clear everything here. Clear everything. Then I'm going to just come down to components and let's create a folder. I'm going to call it birthday, birthday model. Then inside here, we're going to put index.txx. And now let's do RFC, just create the components. We call it birthday model. Now let's save that. So to make use of this model, we are going to first of all, I want to add that provide in it's not going to be attached to any button. It's going to show once it confirm the user does not have a birthday. So what we're going to do is going to come to context. So I want it to be available everywhere. So I'm going to create a file. I'm going to call this model provider. So I'm just going to come inside here and let's do RASCE. So I'm going to call this model provider. And let's save that. So we're going to do this. So I want this to show once to confirm that once Next.js mounts that this should return. So if it's not mounted, then it should not return. It should not show the model, better model, or anything on the and so what I'm going to do here is I'm going to do constant is mounted. Set is mounted. This is going to be equals to React plus use state. Use state set that to false by default. So now we're going to use a use effect. So inside here, I'm going to just say, let me just put an empty list. And inside here, I'm going to set the is mounted. Set is mounted to true. So now we're going to check here if not is mounted, return now. So here we're going to put our fragments. Let's put fragments inside here. Then let's open the place and let's call in our birthday model. Let's see that one. Then we can use this model provider and let's replace it inside our layout. So we're going to add that inside the main layout. So just come inside your dashboard. Inside the app folder, click on dashboard, then select route and layout. And we're going to add that here. Let's add it inside here. And make sure to import it. So now we're going to go inside here and let's start writing this component. So inside the component, we're going to basically just do the same thing we did on register. So I'm just going to come down here and there's this constant it's loading, set is loading, which is going to be equals to useState react.useState set to false. Then let's go into the let's go into register model. I just want to copy a lot of things here. Make sure we just copy this form, and let me copy this. So let's go back into our birthday model, and let me just paste this here. And inside here, we're going to just paste this too. So inside here, I'm going to make sure we import Z. You can just go into the register model and just copy that. I'm just going to paste that up over here. And the error should stop. So we're going to remove the names and everything from Zod. Remove password. And just remove username and name and password. So we have only birthday. So now we are going to create our own submit. So on submit, constant on submit. This is going to be versus use callback. Use callback, let me okay. Async value. So this is going to be value. And let me just put the empty list here. So I'll make sure to import that. So this is going to be values. I'm going to put the z dot type of form schema. So this is going to have a try or catch. Try and catch. And let's just leave that for now. So we're going to create our server action for that. So for now, let's create our model. So inside here, we're going to make use of our model component, which we've already created. So if you come to your register model, you should see we added the model here. If you come down to this place, you can just let's get this. Majorly everything here. Go back inside and let's just paste that in. So make things faster. Okay, make sure you close this and let's import this. Let's set this to true. Let's comment the on click on close, and let's set this to true. And let's update the title of this model to this. And let's check why it's showing error here. Okay. We need to go into model provider and let's update this to use clients. So if you fix that, then this should be use client too. So let's refresh this and let's see it should work. Okay, let's see why it's showing error. So I made a mistake inside the box. So I need to copy this and let's come inside here and let's paste this inside here. Let's refresh this and it should fix the problem here. Let's fix the problem. And now we can see the body. Let's just close this. Okay, let's just close this and we should see the body showing. So let's go back to the body model. Now let's go down to where we have this and let's just inside the register model and just get the bits. This is where we use it. Let's just copy this from and let's just place that inside here and make sure to import the input. So I'm just going to go and get the input from here and then import the inputs. I should fix this. So come down here and let's let's update this form style here. Let's making it to so I'm just going to just set this to a minimum of height 200 with full flex column item styles and just flat between space y2. Then we're going to use our button down here inside the form. Just get the button. So this button was to take brand primary full, brand small, empty, margin top 5 capped, minus, and it's loading to this is like checking get the value like if it's not existing, like it's not added any dates and loading to spinner. So let me just import this, import the spinner and let's set here set is loading to true. And now you should see it here. This is it. So this is how it's going to display once the user sign in with Google and it land on this page. So what we're going to do now is we need to set this back to false. So we're going to use a different package uh, for handling state management. So if you come back to your package.json, we install a package called Zustand. So we didn't install it. So let's install package. Let's install it. Let's close our server and let's install Zustand. So we're going to use that to handle similar to Redux or a simple version of Redux. So let's do npm install Zustand. So let's install that, and once installed, we're going to create a hook called restore. So let's install completely and then let's come back to our hook folder and let's create use store. So I'm going to use this to handle our stores .tx. So now it has completely installed. Let's run our server npm run dev. Inside here, we're going to use this to create for multiple we're going to use it to handle multiple model, both for the edits and the pro model. So I'm going to just create this as state creator. We're going to import that from Zustand. So import that from Zustand. So Zustand should be inside quotes. Yes. So now I'm going to create a birthday slice. So I'm going to say type birthday slice. So this is going to be his birthday model open. This is going to be boolean, then open or we show unopen. Unopen birthday model. Let's copy this and say close birthday model. So now let's create our slice itself. So that was the type. So we'll say constant create birthday. Yeah, birthday slice. I'm going to put the state creator. It's going to take in the birthday slice type. The birthday slice. I'm going to put an empty array to here. And we're going to pass in birthday slice. So to understand Zustand, I have a video on it in the description. The link is in the description. You can go ahead and watch the tutorial. It explains everything you need to know about Zustand. So I'm going to just open this and let's just set open parentheses. And now let's set our default is birthday to false. Now let's unopen. Once it's unopen, so we're going to do open the function and let's set is birthday. So this work like set state is birthday to true. So let's copy this and set this to false. It's birthday to false, and this should be on close, and the error should stop. So now we're going to just come down here. This is where we're going to combine. So this is where we're going to combine all the state creator we've created, all the flies into single store. So in case you want to create, we are going to create other slides. So I'm going to say constant export constant dot use store is equals to create slash. So let's create the type is equals to the store type is equals to birthday slice. So I'm going to just put it here and open the bracket, then open it again, open the inner one. Let's put a and let's go inside the bracket and it's going to be an arrow function. Then let's open this and let's do three dots, create birthday slice, and let's pass in the dot. And now we've created our use store completely. So we can use this inside the let's go inside the birthday model. So inside the birthday model, we're going to just import that from our book. So at the top here, let's just paste it here. We're going to just say constant birthday model open close birthday. There's a birthday. And now let's import use store. Use store. Make sure you don't import it for Zustand, but import the one we have in our hook. And let's say so. So this is going to be on close. So this now we can use this store in anywhere in our application. I'm going to make it so now let's put our is open to this and on close to on close birthday model. Great. So now to make use of this to show the model once the person signed in. So we should go back to our context where we have the current user provider. And inside here, so the going to check if the user has birthday model or not. So inside there we're going to let's bring it in. So I'm going to just paste that same import we had, but instead of this we are going to remove this and let's import that from not from Zustand but from the Notebook use store, and let's get the on open. And now we are going to use effect from React. Open that and let's do it like this. Put an empty array. And now we're going to check if data question by the current user. Yes, and not data dot current user the date of birth. So if the person does not have any of this, let's open open birthday model. Let's save that. And inside here, we're going to pass in our data and open birthday model. So we've done that. So once we try to sign, the model will show. So before we go there, let's go into our birthday model. And now let's create the endpoints to use to save to update not the endpoint. We're going to use server action for this to update the model. So what I'm going to do, let's go into our action. So let me close all this into our action, and we're going to create an action. We're going to call it birthday action. Birthday dot action dot tx. So inside here is going to be very simple. We're going to say export async function updates birthday. This is going to take in the dates, the date of birth. So this is going to be a string, and we're going to open this. So now inside here we're going to use our triangle. So let's get the session of the user, and now we're going to await auth. We're going to check if not session dot user dot we can use id. Let's use id here. You can prefer the one you want to use. Then I'm going to say throw new error. And let me just say return, open a bracket, and let's write message let's say not signed in. So now we're going to use our trial cache. Now we're going to say constant current user ID is equals to session dot user ID. So this is going to be a string. So let's convert it to an integer. Let's put a plus sign before it, and it should convert it to a number. And now we need to check if not date of birth return message date of birth require. So now let's pass our date of birth to new date of birth, then await Prisma from our leaf folder dot user dot update open parentheses where ID is current user ID, then data, let's close this, then below it say data, we're going to update date of birth to PS date of birth, put a comma here, and once you've done that, let's return the message updated date of birth. Now let's just return message error updating date of birth. So we are done with the user action. So let's make use of it in our database. So go inside the database model. So inside there, we're going to use inside the trial cache. So below there, we're going to do constant response is equals to await update. Yes, plus our value the date of birth. And let's do once we are done with that, let's use our tool. So toast from hook used to open the title success and description response dot message also updated ready. Variant is the first. So let's make this. Then we're going to set the form that we set. Make sure to import this. So now inside the error, we're going to use say fields of the database, and finally we're going to set this loading to first. So now everything is complete. So before we go and test this, we need to refresh our recall the we need to recall the current. So going to our provider, current user provider. So now we need to call this use query to recall this endpoint once we update our birthday. So I'm going to go above this and I'm going to say use constant query client is equals to use query client. So here we were using use query. For now we're using use query client, and let's save that and make sure to import that from make sure to import this. So I'm going to import that from Tanstack React query. Let me just move this up top, and let's come down here. So inside the function, we're going to invalidate queries. So inside here, we're going to refresh, and let's invalidate query. Let me move it up or leave that. Okay, let me leave it here. So this is going to be the evaluate queries query key, and we have exact to true. We have uh other option here we can use. So let's test this and see if it works. We're going to console the get the current user and see the data updated. So this is it. So now let's test this out. So to update this, let's log out. Make sure your server is running. So I'm logging out from the home page, and it should take me back to the login page. Okay, so it's taking some time. So I think we need to even add load into this to show like a pop-up when the user is logging out. Certain loading to false. So we have log out. So let's try and log in with Google. Sign in with the new account with Google. So I'm going to select the click on sign in with Google. Now we have directed to Google. I'm going to use a new account. Let me use a new account. And now once I select this account, okay, I've selected the account, and it should redirect me back to to take me out to the app. Hopefully, finger crossed, we should see the model, the birthday model appear. So we got the user information here from our profile, and now it should redirect us back to our app. So it has redirected us back to our app, and we should take for some while. Let's inspect to see and beyond the model has appeared because current user is successful. Current user has been successful, and our check has been made. Now we need to put in our birthday, and I don't think we're supposed to close this. So inside the birthday model, we need to remove the close here. So we need to remove the close. So let's remove this. I don't think we need to do unclose. Yes, I think we didn't do this completely. Let's update this. We need to close the model after posts, and now we need to remove this. So a user can close this until they provide the information. So now let's test this. So let's provide the date of birth. We say it's, well, let me just change this to 2021. Yeah, and now let's save this and see it works. Save. So an error occurred. Let's try it again. Okay, we're having issue with the, let's look at this again. The submit is passed here. Type submit. So let me just pass in query clients inside the array on close birthday model and form. I'll wait. So let's console this and see where the error is coming from. So let's try and see. Hopefully this will work. Okay. Okay, let's see. So I've gone into the body action. I've tried to change this to error and I've set it to error. So I can't figure out what the issue is. So let's try it again and see. Or let me just refresh this. Let's reload. And let's wait for the current user to load up that load citation. So let's try it again and let's see. Hopefully this should work. Let's select a date or just select anyone and let's see. So it's still complaining about the header request scope inside the birthday action. So let's try and fix this again. So let's try this. I think I forgot to add use server inside here. Let me use server inside my action. I think that is what is causing it. So let's be sure that it works. So we added use server here. So I need to add use server inside the birthday action. So let's test this again and hopefully everything should work. I'll just pick any date, clear this. Let's make sure that everything is working fine. So let's try and save and it's loading. So I think that is the issue with it. So let's load this and birthday updated with. So by then we call the current user. So now if we try and reload, the model will disappear. Model will not appear anymore. So great. So now let's work on the sidebar. So now to work on the sidebar, let's go into the components here and let's create a file called right sidebar .ts SCE. So inside the right sidebar, it's going to be very simple. So let me just close this. And now let's say class px0 fix top 0 py4 hidden or small. Yeah, hidden or small. Then we're going to pass in large. And large will be flex. Then we're going to have maximum width of 300 330 pixel. So inside there, we're going to just create the div class name. We're going to put width full flex colon tab 3. Then you also have the maximum with the same way 330 pixel. So here we're going to use we're going to show the sidebar. So let me just search bar, or should we call it search bar or we just call it search one. So we're going to also show the create another component called subscribe ads. So this is just to tell people to inform users to subscribe, and then we're going to have our follow list. Follow list. It's going to show list of followers we have. So let me just comment and let's quickly create the search ad, and so inside the components. So inside the common, we're going to just come to where we have the common. And let's create a file called search ad .tx. So let's add press enter, and now this is just going to be very simple something. So you also have last name, bg background, let me close this, bg background, border on dark mode. If you have a border, of RGB, so the border is going to be that RGB 47, 51, and 54. Then we're going to have rounded XL P4. Yeah, so let's create a div again for full width, full, then H2 is going to have text, class name, text 20 pixel. You can use large for this, large. Okay, sure, this is not 20, so let's have 20, and we're going to have font bold and then subscribe to premium. Subscribe to premium. Then we're going to have a different div below it. And we're going to have class name. Class name is going to have flex column, gap 2, going to have P. So P, we're going to paste this inside here. So this is just some text. Let me bring this down. Class name, text 15 pixel, and leading line height to 19 pixel. So subscribe to unlock the new features, and if eligible, receive a share of ad there. So this is it. Then we're going to have our button. Going to have a button. We're going to have variants, primary, variant, brand primary, size, brand small, price name, height, auto. We're going to have notes, text, rights, important cursor pointer, no need for cursor pointer, then fonts, semi-bold, and text space. Text space, and now we should just put in subscribe inside here. And if you look at this, let's import that. Let's import it inside the right sidebar. Let's import date. So let's import this right sidebar for command. And now, if you take a look at it in the last screen, so let's make sure to import the React sidebar inside the layout. Come inside the layout and let's make sure we import that inside. So let me just comment this, remove this, and let's import this right bar. And let's save this. And if we take a look at the preview, so let's refresh it and we can see the subscribe to premium. This is to right. We have let's remove this text too. And so let's go ahead and remove all this ones. So I'm going to go inside here and right sidebar, subscribe, and let me remove this. On the layouts, let me increase this. So inside the layout, I'm going to add, let's add this class beautiful. So now let's work on the follow list. So let's create a folder. Let's create a file inside the component. Yeah. Let's create folder list.txt. So let's create our components. Make sure let's go back into the right side and let's import it so we can see. You should see what we're doing here. Import that, and now inside the folder list, we're going to have we're going to create the components. So before that, let's come inside here the list view. We're going to create some listing. We're going to put in class name, PG background, border, just similar to the same thing we had with the subscribe ad. On dark mode, we should have our border. Let me bring this inside so we can see it. Border to RGB for 7 to 154. Rounded. That's let's see that. And now we have P4. Yes. Inside here, we're going to still have the same div class with full. So we're going to just page 2. This is going to be who to follow. Class name X20 pixel and font board. So beside it, we're going to just have a div. Inside, we're going to have a list of class name. We're going to have flex, column, tab 6, margin top, So I have my enter, let's put it 4. I'm adding button 2. Let's save that. And now let's also, I'm just add this row to list. So inside here, we're going to have it. This way we're going to list out all the children. So inside here, we're going to create some, let's create it for. So let's say this is going to be a row of item. This item. Running a cookie. There's this class name. So the class name is we're going to have flex row, gap for cursor pointer. So inside we're going to have a link. Further from this link, this is going to take us to RAF. We've not created the endpoint, so I'm just going to put class name string flex string 0 which fits. And inside here, we're going to have our avatar image. Let's make this like this. An avatar fallback. And this is going to have a class name, font code, font code text 18 pixel. We're going to just put class object. So we're going to write the endpoint very soon to fetch all users apart from the current user. So it will be fallback, and let's just put a single letter here. So we've completed this. Now let's go below the link and create a div with class name flex1 item center justify between. Then let's close this tag and create a different div. Class name flex colon. So now we're going to also add a link. So the link is going to just have over underline. We're going to have a div, the class of flex and grab 1. So this is just going to have h5. This is going to show the username h5. I'm going to just put in a name. Now this is going to show our badge if the user has subscription or not. So I'm going to just comment that for now. We've not implemented that, so let's just comment this for now. We're going to be in this user subscription plan here. So below this, we're going to after the link, we're going to have a div was beautiful block. So let's also add a link. Let's also have a link here. This is going to handle the username. So I'm going to just say tag, class name, text, and 5, FAH. So this is going to be a dim gray. We're going to do text, small, block, truncate, font medium. Then this is going to have our username. So I'm going to just comment it because we've not fetched it from the endpoint. So I'm just going to just put as ima tech So refresh this. So beside below this, we're going to create a different div again. But string. So this is going to hold our follow button. So we're going to also create the different components for that follow button. So let's comment this out. So I'm going to just put follow here so we can just see it. So I think we're complete for this. So let's import this from here. And let's check it out before we go ahead and do the endpoints. Okay, I think we need to also set this too. So this line is not in the correct position. So I'm going to go ahead and position it properly. So inside the layout, let me just increase this to 69. Okay. So inside the form list, the avatar, let's set this to shrink 0 and it. We're going to also add some class here. Also pointer over opacity of 90. Let's preview that and let's see. Before we preview that, let's go to the layout and let's just change this to 65. Inside the full list, and let's preview that. So I think this is not this is still color, so we need to make it 2. So I'm going to just go back to my code, and inside here I need to look at why it's shrinking the avatar. Let's see. Thanks, you. So I think so. And this is that the avatar I imported is from the wrong place. So I need to remove this. So make sure you didn't make this mistake. Import is not imported from videos. make sure to import it from our components. So now, if we go back and look at it, it's looking okay. So this is going to be follow button, subscribe, and so forth. Let's create the endpoint to fetch all users. So let's go back. Now let's go over to our endpoint and create user list. And let me just close everything here. Come to the app, API, create a folder and to call these users. So inside here, we're going to create our route for TX. So inside here, we're going to just create export. Oh, let's export this. Try and catch. So try and catch. You're going to get the session. So I'm going to get the session, and I'm going to make sure that it checks if the user has a session, then proceed. If it does not have any session, it show not authenticated and for one. So we check for the email. So we're going to use the user email. We can use the user ID. Here, let me use the user ID. And below here, I'm just going to check the user ID. So this is string to convert it to integer and multiple plus. Then we're going to say constant users is equals to await Prisma from link folder the users the user the find many. We're going to say where your ID is not our current user ID. So it's going to fetch all the user except this current user ID. So now we're going to do order by created date. So this does not even matter. So created as. Let me remove this from here. Change the order. Now let's go over here and let's copy something from the current user. So let's copy this whole thing here. I want to select only this from the user role. So I'm just going to come down here and let's paste it here. So once we are done, let's return our response. So user retrieved successfully, success on user data. If for any reason we have error, let's just return 400, 500. Let's retrieve, let me just say for 400 or 500, let me 400. Cannot solve. So we're done with the endpoint. So now the next thing we're going to do, we're going to create a hook, which is going to handle, we're going to use in our application. In the so this hook is going to work for both fetching single user and also fetching all user. So in the hook, let's go and use users. Use user. Inside use user, we're just going to create simple component. RACE. So you're not returning anything like J accepts. So let's just remove all this. And now let's do constant data error is loading. and then refresh. From use query, import that from it, and let's refresh. Let's use our query key. We're going to set this to use to identify these endpoints to users, and I'm going to add in a unique key all users. So let me just import refresh. And now we're going to use our query function. We're going to call our fetcher from our leaf fetcher. And this is just going to have our endpoints base URL. API/users. So now you're going to put state type to infinity. So now we're going to just return data. Let's move this inside. Data error is loading and refresh. Great. So let's use this inside the follow list. So go back into your follow list and let's console. Let's get all the use user. So we're going to get it's loading. We're going to get the data. So we're going to check if the user. So here we're going to just get the data. Constant users equals to user type form of list is equals to data or data into list. So we'll check if it's loading. Let's set a background color. Let's remove this. So we're going to just set background color, dark color to this color, P4. Select item center and justify center. Okay, let me also put that one there. So let's import spinner. So this is just what we did, what we added there, just recreating it once it's loading, because if it's loaded, it's not going to show this, it's just going to only show this. So once you've done that, then I want to also not render this if there's no users. I'm going to just say if users are then supposed to return now. Then let's go into our map folder. Let's now map to these users. I'm going to come down here and let's users dot map the user and let's just fix this inside. Key is equals to user.id. So now let's also create our link. We're going to pass this as $sign user the username. So this is going to also be user.name. User.name. We're going to get the index. Why this is going to be src I'm going to have this user a profile image. So user profile image. So now let's go down here and let's take the same thing we did here, href. Let's put it here. So now this is going to be the username, user.name. Then this is going to be our to identify if user has plan. So let's just comment this for now. The related going to create our batch that's for only pro user. Then let's get this and let's replace this with this. Now let's enable this, and now we're going to just pass in for follow button. We're going to just pass in some information here. We're going to pass in the user ID and the username. So we're going to pass in the user ID and the username. So I'm just going to just create the components. Let me just leave it for now. Let's just save this for now. I'm going to come back to the follow button. Now if we refresh and let's check, let's preview this, we should see it's complaining about okay. So what we need to do, let's go back to our code and let's go to the hook and replace that with client side. So let's go to the hook and let's change it to use clients. Copy this and the follow list. We should also add the follow list to use clients. And now let's preview and see. So it's loading. It should show the borderline when loading. So now we have two users in our platform. My name is started from Iman7224. We have used email element. So I'm just going to log out and let me sign in with a new account. I'm going to just load that. So let me just open my Google. And let me just sign in. So I just added it to minimum height this, and let's preview this again. Preview, and you can see this. So I just log in with a new account, a new Google account. I'm going to just put in my date of birth at 90. So I'm going to save this and save. So this is still loading. Let me inspect to see what is taking time. So let me try and refresh this again. This a switch, but why is it still loading? Okay, yeah. So it has shown. So we have two users here. So the two, and so let me look at this. We should notice that the image are not showing. So the profile image is not showing here. So we need to go and fix the profile image for not showing. So let's go back to our code and let's see why the profile image from Google is not working. So let's see why it's not working, the profile image. So I'm going to go to my code and let's come down So let's go to this next and let's add it in our next config. So we're going to add the Google. So let's see, should be able to see. Uh, it's not a problem. Let me check it again. Let's see if the user image is showing here. Okay, yeah. We need to let me remove this. So let me just go and so let me also change this for the sidebar. Let's see for the sidebar if it was updated correctly. So choose inside the search item and yeah, it's passed correctly. So let me refresh this. Let's try reload this reloading. Just wait for some while for it to reload completely. It's loading the current user. So now the image is showing here. So now I can see my logo, I mean my avatar from Google. It's showing here. Great. So now the last thing we are going to do, we're able to complete the follow list. The last thing we're going to do is to show the on the right sidebar we have the search form. So we're going to implement a search form there. So let's go back to let's create a file called search form. So we're going to just create a file inside the components here. Let's create a search form txx and let's set this to use clients. And now let's do RAFCE and inside the search bar, let's just import that here. Search form. So to see this sidebar on this page, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into the layout. We're going to change it later. Let's go into the layout and let's make this invisible. So I'm going to make it visible. So I'm going to reduce the main height. So you can't do this. You might not do this. I have to do it because I want to see the cyber. So on the main bar, I'm going to just on live screen. I want to reduce this and let's set width to 50, 150 pixel. Let me refresh. Okay. No, let's set this to let's not set it to 1. So now what I did there was just to I removed the hidden here and inside the React bar we need to remove the hidden here and just set it to flex back since we're already adding it here. So let's just remove it there. So I just remove it so we can be able to see it here. And let me just reduce this to 0.5. So here we can see, so we can be able to see or search bar. Yeah, as we're writing everything here. So let us create a form now. Inside the search bar, form, we're going to have a div, and this div is going to have a class name with full, and inside here we're going to have the form, and this one's going to have a class of readful flex1. It's going to have an action of a rule of search. So now we're going to have a div, last name is going to be relative, flexible, item center, height 11, e.g. light gray, and dark we're going to have bg gray 800, rounded full. Rounded full. Then we're going to have a div, class name of string 0 with 8, flex, item center, justify end, and text muted foreground, text muted. So here this is going to import our search icon from those areas. So we're going to have a size of 20 pixel. Size 20. So now we're going to have like a div of class name flex1, input class name. Let me just import this input from component UI. Then we're going to get the class name rounded full, width full, height full, border 0, outline none. We're going to set we don't want the ring none. So inside here we're going to have type, text, placeholder, search, value, them. So at the top we're going to create a state. We're going to create a state. So we're going to also let's get a param. So use search param. So it's going to have constants query is also param dot it's q. Empty string. So the reason we are doing this is we're going to create a function. Yeah, first undo and do submit. A dot prevents default. Then I'm going to say if so we just created this, let me just put this React. So this is a state that we just pass in the query. If the query already exists, I'm going to just say search them, if search them. Then we're going to do router. We're going to route the user to the search part. So let's import that from, let's import router equals to use router for next navigation. And we're going to push this user to /search, which we're going to create a separate page. It's going to be $Q equals to $, encode URL component in the search them. So let's make sure this works. Let's bring this and let's pass this inside the form and submit. Pass this here. So now it should work. So once you type anything here, it is going to take you to the search page. So the search page is going to be here. We're going to just create a folder here, and if we index page, let's see XX RSCE, and this is going to be the page. So I think that is all for the search. Let's go back to the search form. And let's also set up and change here. It says it does target value. So now it's working fine. So let me just move this up. And if I type anything like any name, and I press enter, let's press enter. Okay, I will need to set this button to it's not working. On submit defaults. Let's make sure to put stream this, see this. Value search them. Type it placeholder unchanged targets. You should go to /search. Okay. We're already in search. This is it here. So we're in the search and search. So once we're on this page, there's no point showing the search bar because we're going to have a different search bar here. So what I'm going to do is inside here, we are going to inside the right sidebar, we are going to check if we are on this part. Let's not show the search form. So let's get this. Constant the path name is equals to use path name. Let's save that. Let's move this up. So if there is a part name is search, then there's no need to show this search bar. So let's set this to use clients because of the use we use here. So let's release and release worker. So now when we're on search page, the search bar is not shown because we're going to have is a large search input where we can use to show type a keyword and show the information the user on the post. So that's it for this. So the next thing we're going to do, we're going to look at working on the user profile, which we're going to do next. So let's get to it.